Good morning. It is 5 a.m., and I'm Jay Harper in for Joan Jones. Fear not, she is scheduled to return tomorrow. I'll have a weather forecast and a traffic report here momentarily. Following the U.S. missile strikes in Iran, Tehran now threatening to block the Strait of Hormuz, which would disrupt the flow of the world's crucial oil supply. Here's ABC's Mary Bruce on the U.S. operation.
There's still a lot of questions over how much damage was actually done to Iran's nuclear program, right? The president came out on Saturday night and said that these key enrichment facilities had been completely and totally obliterated, in his words. But the vice president wasn't going that far yesterday when he came out to defend and tout the president's move. He said instead that Iran's nuclear program was substantially set back.
Several Tennessee politicians have released statements following the attacks in Iran on Saturday. Representative Andy Ogles, Senator Marsha Blackburn, Representative Mark Green, and Governor Bill Lee all responded. Representative Ogles, he said, quote, "We must end Iran's nuclear ambitions and protect American lives. Praise God for a successful mission. Keep praying for our country." Senator Blackburn also commenting, saying, quote, "Donald Trump knows peace can only be achieved through strength. This is a victory for the United States." Representative Mark Green, his quote, "The United States has given Tehran every opportunity to forego its nuclear ambitions, and it has repeatedly refused. President Trump made the right decision. A nuclear-armed Iran would be detrimental to the existence of our ally Israel, the stability of the Middle East, and our own national security." And Governor Bill Lee also making a statement, quote, "President Trump has made a courageous decision to seek peace through strength. Maria Lee and I pray earnestly for the safety of our troops across the Middle East and for the sovereignty of Israel." Also, Representative Justin Jones here in Tennessee, he responded to the governor's statement. He said, quote, "Governor, we can't bomb our way to peace. This reckless military aggression will put many more lives in danger. Disappointed to see you cheering on this march toward death and desolation. Dangerous times," unquote. A possible drowning investigation is underway after a man's body was pulled from the Cumberland River near the Tennessee State University refinery this morning. An operator worker there spotted the body and notified authorities. The Nashville Fire Department responded, pulled the man's body from the river. He has yet to be identified. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. If only Nashville traffic could look like this all the time. No accidents, no breakdowns, no construction delays, all clear thus far this morning. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and we do obviously have a lot to talk about this morning. By the way, your weather, oh boy, it is going to be hot today. Hot this week. Today, a high of about 95. Possibility of some thunderstorms, going to feel like 100 degrees. Tuesday and Wednesday, high of 96. So we'll keep you updated on the weather as the morning does continue to unfold. So obviously, we all know what happened over the weekend. President Trump, of course, making the announcement on Saturday night.
Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill.
You know, I knew that whole thing was a head fake. I knew when President Trump, I think it was on Friday, when he came out and he said, maybe it was Thursday heading into Friday, whatever. But last week when he said, no, I'm going to make a decision within 2 weeks. And insiders within the White House say that the president knew that he was going to strike within the next day or two. So, you know, I remember even talking about it on WTN. I said, is he head faking? And a lot of you agreed with me that, yes, the president was head faking. There are people, though, and we're going to get into this, there are people who are a lot smarter than me, certainly militarily, who are saying that the execution of the strike on these 3 Iranian nuclear sites is one for the ages. I mean, the secrecy, the planning, the head fake, the decoy, everything. Just an amazing, amazing execution of a military strike. And listen, Donald Trump did try to negotiate with them. Donald Trump tried to warn them. He tried to get Iran to come to the table. Now, that was part of the message on Sunday morning from Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. And he and Donald Trump both have been very consistent.
Just like Soleimani found out in the first term, Iran found out when POTUS says 60 days that he seeks peace and negotiation, he means 60 days of peace and negotiation. Otherwise, that nuclear program will not exist. He meant it.
Yeah, one way or another. I mean, basically, Donald Trump said we could do this the easy way or we could do this the hard way. You know that the president, and this came out over the weekend, Trump actually offered to fly all the way to Turkey himself. Trump offered to fly to Turkey for face-to-face talks with the Iranian Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. That was a week ago, and Donald Trump was snubbed. And I think that they understand now they probably shouldn't have snubbed the president because he meant business. He did, and they found out exactly how much over the weekend. So now Iran is out there calling Donald Trump a lawless bully who ignored diplomacy. Can I ask a question? And by the way, Iran is out there warning Donald Trump and America, you started this, we'll finish it. And so we'll see what happens. The terror level has been raised, of course, and that is part of the news cycle this morning. We do have, of course, Israel also on high alert, as obviously they have been for a long time. But Iran, they say that they're going to continue to enrich uranium. We'll have to see how obliterated their nuclear program is, because originally, as you know, the president came out and he said, we have obliterated their nuclear program. We have literally, the president said, on True Social, we have literally taken the bomb out of their hands. We'll have to see who's right. I was watching over the weekend where they said, okay, so how long until we know just how obliterated their nuclear program is? I mean, it's certainly been set back, but obliterated is anybody's guess. We'll have to wait and see what Israel, because that's how we'll figure it out, is through Israel and their intelligence, and of course, our intelligence as well. But again, Iran says they're going to continue to do what they do. One of the big questions is, how is Iran going to retaliate? The world is holding its breath. The National Terrorism Advisory System has raised the terror threat, and Iran's foreign minister is saying that they have to respond. So we wait. Remember, though, that Iran, and I don't need to tell you this, I know that you folks know this, we have sleeper cells in our country. There's a lot of things that Iran could do, not only to Israel, but also to our interests in the region, including the military bases. Now, remember what Donald Trump said, that he wants this to be the last time that he has to do this. Pete Hegseth had a presser. Again, this was on Sunday morning. And part of what he says is that, yeah, this needs to be done. Really, and I see where the left just lost their ever-loving minds. But I can see when the Trump administration says, this really actually is a de-escalation. It's not an escalation, it's a de-escalation. The left, of course, losing their ever-loving minds over that, but I don't really care.
As President Trump has stated, the United States does not seek war. But let me be clear. We will act swiftly and decisively when our people, our partners, or our interests are threatened. Iran should listen to the President of the United States and know that he means it, every word.
One of the big questions is, oh my gosh, is the United States declaring war on Iran? No, we're not declaring war on Iran. We were declaring war and have declared war on their nuclear aspirations. And so for the president, I mean, he is declaring this as a victory. I think even MSNBC, and I've got some great audio, even MSNBC is like, this was one heck of a military strike. Joint Chiefs Chairman Dan Kane was there with Pete Hegseth over the weekend on Sunday.
Last night on the President's orders, U.S. Central Command, under the command of General Eric Kurilla, executed Operation Midnight Hammer, a deliberate and precise strike against 3 Iranian nuclear facilities. This was a complex and high-risk mission carried out with exceptional skill and discipline by our joint force.
Yeah, coming up, I'm going to play the audio of this guy, Dan Kane, and he is describing the incredible planning of this attack. But you had, of course, as you know, the 3 targeted nuclear facilities. They used apparently 14 bunker buster bombs, 24 Tomahawk missiles, over 125 military aircraft. They took off out of Missouri. Okay, Missouri. They flew across the United States over 2,500 miles over the Atlantic Ocean and the Mediterranean so that they could strike these nuclear facilities in Iran. How is it they weren't discovered? That is so shocking to me. They weren't discovered, and the Iranians, they didn't have any type of defense mechanisms in place, or we obliterated those as well so that we could I'm not going to say easily, but it was like a very easy shot where we were able to get into those bunkers with our bombs and our bunker busters and everything else, because they didn't fire off any kind of defense missiles at all, which is kind of weird. So we were able to go and fly across the continental United States, across the Atlantic Ocean, across the Mediterranean, and into Iran, literally undetected. How do you do that with over 125 military aircraft? And yes, there were a lot of head fakes. Wait till you hear how the Joint Chiefs Chairman Dan Kane describes this attack. It is all straight ahead. By the way, if you would, please watch us on YouTube. You can watch us anywhere. You can watch us on X, Facebook, YouTube, 997WTN.com. If you want to see us in action here doing the radio show, that is where you can. Watch us on YouTube, and you can take the daily poll. Today's poll, KGB, how did we eventually word the poll for today?
Yeah. Do you agree with President Trump's decision to take out 3 Iranian nuclear sites? Yes.
And
86% say yes.
86% say yes. Okay, listen, this was a surgical strike. Now the question is, what happens next? Because if Iran ultimately does something, well, then we may have to respond. It kind of depends on what they do. We'll talk about that straight ahead. It is 5:16. Time to check the roads on WTN.
We have picked up an injury crash already this morning out in Bellevue. Highway 70S at Old Hickory Boulevard. Again, traffic volume is so low that it's not really affecting traffic all that much, but nonetheless, please be aware. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you very much. By the way, we do have Congressman Scott Desjardins. He'll be joining us at 6:38 to give us his official reaction from a congressional standpoint to what we ultimately had to do over the weekend. By the way, as far as your weather goes, a high of today of 95, scattered thunderstorms. Going to feel like 100 degrees Tuesday and Wednesday. It is going to be 96 degrees for a high. Very hot week. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on WTN. So talking about the Joint Chiefs Chairman Dan Kane, and he was there with Pete Hegseth on Sunday morning, and he was talking about how incredibly complicated yet precise and concise this attack was in Iran. He says, yes, there was a lot of head fakes.
As part of a plan to maintain tactical surprise, part of the package proceeded to the west and into the Pacific as a decoy. Throughout the 18-hour flight into the target area, the aircraft completed multiple in-flight refuelings. Once over land, the B-2s linked up with escort and support aircraft in a complex, tightly timed maneuver requiring exact synchronization across multiple platforms in a narrow piece of airspace, all done with minimal communications.
Yeah, so you've got all these planes. They fly over the United States, over the Atlantic Ocean, over the Mediterranean. Meantime, you had that other group of planes that went to the west. And so, yeah, it was like a decoy. And then right as our planes entered Iranian airspace, apparently one of our submarines launched more than 24 missiles. I guess they were Tomahawk cruise missiles. And they took out, this again was a submarine, launched a couple of dozen Tomahawk cruise missiles against targets at the site of one of these nuclear facilities. And so as the bombers approached the targets, the U.S. deployed these missiles and took out some of their air defense systems. So we were able to just go in and take these facilities out. Fighter jets were able to clear the airspace ahead of them, checking for enemy aircraft and surface-to-air missiles. And at the point where our stealth bombers got in there and our bunker buster bombers got in there, all of that surface-to-air missile technology had been destroyed. And so Dan Kane, again, this is the guy in charge of all of this, the Joint Chiefs Chairman. He says after that, it was not easy, but it was pretty much a clear target all the way in.
As the Operation Midnight Hammer strike package entered Iranian airspace, the U.S. employed several deception tactics, including decoys, as the fourth and fifth generation aircraft pushed out in front of the strike package at high altitude and high speed, sweeping in front of the package for enemy fighters and surface-to-air missile threats.
So you've got the bombers, you've got the support planes flying 18 hours, fueling in midair, limited communications, submarines clearing out the surface-to-air missiles. It sounds like things were just incredibly tight, incredibly precise. And coming up, I've got some great audio from MSNBC. Even they, believe it or not, were complimentary of how precise this was. And then, of course, with all of that cleared down below, the bombs started dropping.
At approximately 6:40 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 2:10 a.m. Iran time, the lead B-2 dropped 2 GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrator weapons on the first of several aim points at Fordo. As the president stated last night, the remaining bombers then hit their targets as well, with a total of 14 MOPs dropped against 2 nuclear target areas. All 3 Iranian nuclear infrastructure targets were struck between 6:40 p.m. and 7:05 p.m. Eastern Time. Again, that's about 2:10 in the morning local time in Iran, with the Tomahawk missiles being the last to strike at Esfahan to ensure we retain the element of surprise throughout the operation.
Yep, and apparently Iran's fighter jets simply didn't fly. We got in, we got out. Perfect mission, amazing.
This was the largest B-2 operational strike in U.S. history and the second longest B-2 mission ever flown, exceeded only by those in the days following 9/11.
So now we have, of course, all of these foreign leaders that are condemning the attack, right? No big shock here. Chinese President Xi Jinping said that Donald Trump violated international peace. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer urging for a de-escalation of tension. So there's a lot going on. Iran, of course, is now complaining that this whole thing was unlawful. And they are, again, warning Donald Trump, warning Americans across the world, you started this, we will finish it. And certainly you do have cities like New York and Washington, D.C. that are on high alert. It is 5:22 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. And Jay Harper is in for Joan Jones today. Jay, what's going on?
Yeah, Dan, Iran claiming to be planning its response to those U.S. airstrikes. And how worried should we be about potential responses from Iran here on the mainland? And an earthquake in southern Middle Tennessee? Well, apparently so. We'll have those stories coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
527, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you being here. Do you agree with President Trump's striking of the Iranian nuclear facilities? Watch us on YouTube. Take the poll. 90%, I just checked it, 90% of folks that have taken the poll agree with what President Trump did. We'll keep an update. We'll keep you updated on those numbers. I do find it really interesting. The other thing I find interesting is the fact that even MSNBC, because a lot of people are talking about how crazy good executed this military strike was with President Trump on Iran and their nuclear facilities. Believe it or not, this was on MSNBC. Listen to this. This is amazing considering the source.
Just under 30 minutes here.
Well, one, it went longer than I anticipated. Yeah. But there were four things that jumped out at me. One, the level of secrecy of this mission. The fact that you had planes that flew from the continental United States. From Missouri and flew for, I think it said, 18 hours with multiple refueling in the air. The second thing, what jumped out to me was that just the execution of this massive plan involving the U.S. military, seemingly in multiple theaters. You know, this decoy you were talking about went to the Pacific to take away from what was happening the other way. The other thing that jumped out at me was that when the chairman of the Joint Chiefs said no Iranian planes flew and no shots were fired at any of the U.S. military jets. All of that, to me, is just from what they're telling us, is rather impressive. And I say, are we going to the Steph Twitty, or are we going to the reporter? Oh, we're going to all of you. Let's bring into the conversation.
All right, so there you go. So there's a little bit more, but I've got to run to our own reporter, Jay Harper, coming up. But yeah, even MSNBC was shocked at how good this was. Now, I'm sure that they're hyperventilating about President Trump escalating things. A lot of people saying, and I've got the audio from Marco Rubio saying, no. This is not an escalation. This is a de-escalation. We'll talk about that straight ahead. It is Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. Oh, and yes, the Democrats are talking impeachment. It's all straight ahead on WTN.
Good morning. It is 5:30, and I'm Jay Harper with your top stories, a traffic report, and a warm, hot forecast is on the way. The U.S. attack on Iran's nuclear sites. American B-2 bombers are now home from their 36-hour mission after dropping those bunker buster bombs. Iran says its military will now decide the timing, nature, and scale of its response. The U.S. military and U.S. Homeland Security now on alert. While Israel and Iran, they're exchanging new attacks, as you could well imagine. Here's ABC's Andrew Dimbert.
Iran's supreme leader addressing Israel, saying the punishment continues in reference to 10 days of Israeli attacks. But the Ayatollah's post on X did not mention the U.S. attacks on Saturday night, dubbed Operation Midnight Hammer. The U.S.-led strike beginning with 24 Tomahawk missiles launched from a submarine, and B-2 bombers seen returning to Missouri after dropping 14 so-called bunker buster bombs, targeting 3 Iranian nuclear facilities.
Senior FBI and Homeland Security officials hosting conference calls with some of the nation's governors and top law enforcement officials on Sunday to discuss how the U.S. missile strikes in Iran impact an already dangerous threat environment. Sources told ABC News that all went down. Here's retired Marine Corps Colonel and ABC News contributor Steve Ganyard with Iran response possibilities.
If the Iranians don't strike back at U.S. forces or U.S. allies in the region, this could be the end of U.S. involvement in the Israeli-Iranian war. If they come back and they cause casualties in the U.S. Troops that are deployed there, if they cause casualties and damage in our allies in the region, then we may be in for a much more prolonged and a much more involved U.S. military operation that will probably be called eventually war.
Back here in Tennessee, the State Emergency Management Agency announced that an earthquake shook southern Middle Tennessee yesterday morning. Did you feel it down there? Well, it seems like nobody did. TEMA said the U.S. Geological Survey reported a 2.4 magnitude earthquake occurred just southwest of Park City, Tennessee, in Lincoln County. That's near the Alabama state line. The Geological Survey report said the earthquake happened at 5:01 a.m. yesterday. And according to TEMA, people don't usually feel earthquakes under a 3.0 magnitude. At this time, nobody is reporting feeling any shaking in or around the area. Let's take a look at your stock futures before the opening bell. Everything is up, up, up. The Dow futures up 9, the S&P up 8.5, the NASDAQ up 31.5. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. In the Ashland City area, Cheatham County, of course, we've got the, let's see here, Leo Baker Road, north of Mosley Ferry Road. That's blocked. A tree fell across the road for some reason there. Also working to clear this injury wreck, Highway 70S at Old Hickory Boulevard in Bellevue. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
537, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super Text line is open. And welcome on in, by the way, to your Monday, June 23rd of 2025. By the way, it's going to be hot today. It is going to be brutally hot the next several days. Today, the high is going to be 95. Scattered thunderstorms going to feel like 100. Tuesday and Wednesday, the high is supposed to be about 96. And that feels like temperature is also going to be in the triple digits. So you've got the Democrats now. I'm not going to play the audio, but she sounds ignorant as ever. Jasmine Crockett, or as we dubbed her on Friday, Jasmine Crocko Crap, is what we decided to call her. I wanted to say Jasmine Crocka shh, but I can't do that because I'd get in trouble. But maybe when Chris Hand and I start doing our podcast here in a little bit, I can actually use the terminology that I want to use. But she's out there, and you got AOC, you've got Jasmine Crockett, and they're all out there screaming, right? Oh, Donald Trump, he didn't ask our permission to bomb the Iranians. It's like, okay, well, you know what? You know why? Because you guys are stupid, and you'd say no. Because for whatever reason, you want to see Israel consistently attacked, and you want the nation that has been screaming death to America for like decades now, you want them to have a nuclear weapon. Now, just so we're clear, I'm well aware that I've been saying all along that I don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon, but I would have been happier if we gave that technology to Israel to let them do what they needed to do. Israel had been saying all along, oh, we got this. We can deal with those, with those underground nuclear facilities. We don't need America's help. That's what Israel said. Now, it's clear with these strikes that Israel and America, Trump, they were clearly communicating and plotting this whole thing, this incredibly strategic attack. And so now Marco Rubio, it was a great comment that he made. He was on with Maria Bartiromo, of course, Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, where he says, yeah, you know what? America is safer. And I'm going to get to that audio, but I wanted to play this for you just because I find it so funny. By the way, the Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986. Balloon Hair Bernie Sanders, he was actually on stage when he found out, it was, what was it, the End Oligarchy Tour or whatever it is that Bernie's doing. But he's on stage, and a guy runs up, and hands old Balloon Hair Bernie a piece of paper. And he read the paper, finding out in front of that crowd that, yeah, the president took out Iran's nuclear sites.
This is a statement from Donald Trump, quote, "We have completed our very successful attack on the 3 nuclear sites in Iran," etc.
Yeah, all those Bernie bros want Iran to have nuclear weapons. That's clearly what that means. So he, of course, you just heard, makes the announcement, and then the chanting begins. Yes.
I agree.
Right. I get it.
I want to tell you something. Not only is this news that I've just heard, the second alarming that all of you have just heard, but it is so grossly unconstitutional. All of you know.
Oh, this again.
Yeah, the selective outrage, right, Dan?
Entity
I know.
To take this country to war is the U.S. Congress. The president does not have the right.
So that is Balloon Hair Bernie. And number one, the president did, because this is what the Democrats are doing this morning, right? The president did not declare war, and we've been through this time and time again. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 11 states that the sole authority to declare war does rest with Congress. Can I ask you a question? Did President Trump declare war? No, he didn't. Military actions, these kinds of military strikes, time and again, they have happened. And the party in power is always out there screaming that it's unconstitutional. Of course, Republicans have done this as well. Jonathan Turley wrote this. I believe it was for the Wall Street Journal. Despite the clear text of the Constitution, courts have repeatedly allowed this circumvention of Article 1. Congress has only declared 11 wars while allowing more than 125 military operations, including Vietnam, look how well that turned out, Korea, and Afghanistan. Congress has not declared war in the 80 years since World War II. So basically what the Democrats are doing is it's just what they do. I mean, Donald Trump wakes up in the morning and has a donut, and they start screaming about impeaching the president. So that's not going to stop the Democrats, and of course some Republicans too, of calling for the impeachment of Donald Trump. It goes on and on.
Democrats were wasting no time condemning President Trump's strikes on Iran.
AOC going so far as to call for impeachment, posting, quote, the president's disastrous decision to bomb Iran without authorization from Congress is a grave violation of the Constitutional and Congressional War Powers Act.
It's not.
It is absolutely and clearly grounds for impeachment.
So that was on Fox News. And can you imagine the brain trust of like AOC and Jasmine Croco crap? You know, oh, no, we don't want this to happen. Well, you know what? The president does have the authority. The bottom line is that when you have a president carrying out a military action, they usually use Article 2 powers or existing authorizations for the use of force. That would be Article 2, Section 2, which designates the president as commander-in-chief, implying authority to direct military operations, especially in response to immediate threats. I mean, we've been every time we do this, we have to go through this. I do understand Jasmine Croco Crap and AOC, they're younger, so maybe they don't understand, but whatever. Obama did this back in 2011 in Libya when Gaddafi was overthrown.
Yeah, and Bill Clinton, he did that. I recall some bombing right when that whole Monica Lewinsky thing was going on.
Oh, yes. Wasn't it like the next day?
Yeah. I seem to recall, what did he, like bombed Beirut? Or
I can't remember, but
Yeah, selective outrage. Again, when Democrats do it, well, you know, nobody's got much to say. But
a bomb dropped on Clinton, and so he had to drop some bombs elsewhere. By the way, Obama also did it against ISIS from 2014 to 2017. By the way, we clearly are not declaring war on Iran. We're just not. One of the things that Marco Rubio said, Secretary of State, is that, you know what? Here's the deal. We're not declaring war on Iran. We're declaring war on their attempts at a nuclear weapon.
No, we're not. This is not a war against Iran. This is very simple. 67 days ago, the President of the United States sent the Iranians a letter, and it said, you're not going to have nuclear weapons. You're not going to have a militarized nuclear program. Let's negotiate. I want to do this diplomatically. I want to do this peacefully. They tried to play him along the way they've played every American president for the last 35 years. And, the president told them, if we don't get a deal, which is what he wanted, then I'll have to handle it differently. And that's what he did. He handled it differently. But that was an Iranian choice. We didn't make that choice. They did. By playing games with Donald Trump, they made a huge mistake. And President Trump acted last night. And I think the world today is safer.
You know what? There's this conversation about whether or not the world is safer today, where maybe clearly KGB, if I think it's pretty obvious that the Daily Dan poll right now, which is basically, do you agree with what President Trump did over the weekend, where 90%, last time I checked, the 90% of the folks who took the poll agree that President Trump did the right thing in trying to take out their nuclear facilities. And so maybe the Daily Dan poll question should now be, as we watch this morning unfold, should we go ahead and just change it to, do you believe the world is safer following President Trump's attack on Iranian nuclear facilities? I think that might be a better question. Can you do that?
I mean, I can, but I think I'm going to know the answer from our audience.
Well, you don't know what they're going to say. Oftentimes.
I'm pretty...
Okay, you know what? Why don't you... Don't taint the jury.
Taint the jury?
Yeah, don't taint the jury.
The glove doesn't fit. Don't worry.
So I want you to go ahead and change the poll because I want to see what people say.
Okay.
Because you could arguably say, you're so cynical this morning.
Cynical?
It's only Monday, man. Come on. So here's the thing. We have a number of issues. Number one, we obviously, and everybody knows, we've got the sleeper cells. We've been talking about that for a long time. So we've got the sleeper cells. We've got Iran now threatening to close the Strait of Hormuz, right? So we have that. That will greatly impact trade and, of course, the price of oil and all that stuff. We've got Iran threatening our various military assets in the Middle East. Obviously, they are also going to go after Israel. They'll continue to do that as well. And again, to me, really the quote is Iran warning President Trump and America, you started this, we'll finish it. But you know what the thing is? They have been threatening us for decades. And I do understand. I mean, trust me. Oh, and by the way, you also have the Iranian proxies that are also threatening to strike. And my thing is, well, you've been striking anyway. I mean, they over the weekend, I was watching as all of these Democrats were, freaking out and calling for the impeachment of Donald Trump. And one of the things that, kept going through my mind was, what about all of the attacks that Iran has executed against us, against our military assets, against our allies as well in the region, namely Israel? So to me, it makes all the sense in the world what President Trump did. The problem is, and this is what we've all been talking about, the problem is, okay, well then what happens next? Is this now going to lead to, a tit for tat? This is going to be, going on now where they end up reacting to what we did, then we've got to react to what they did. The question is, and by the way, Donald Trump, I think this was yesterday at some point or last night. Let's see if I can find it. The president was hinting at regime change. I don't know. Did you see this, Jay, where Trump was hinting at? People are saying that the president is, here it is, Trump floating the idea of regime change, saying it's not politically correct to use the term regime change, but if the current Iranian regime is unable to make Iran great again, why wouldn't there be regime change? MIGA, make Iran great again. MIGA.
Yes,
right. That's awkward to say. Anyway, moving right along. So the president, but he could mean a number of things. He's not necessarily talking about us trying to engage in regime change. He could be talking about the people of Iran standing up, but we'll have to wait and see how the whole thing. Israel wants regime change. Lindsey Graham wants his regime change, right? So for me, I think that, as I've been saying ad nauseum for the past week or so now, week plus, if you destroy their nuclear capabilities and you destroy their military, then regime change doesn't really matter, because you've got to just take away all of that, all of those military assets. I believe you also have to do everything you can to continue to destroy their economy as well until they come to the table. Until they come to the table, and again, and I'm going to mention this throughout the morning because there's people constantly tuning in. Last week, President Trump actually offered to fly himself all the way to Turkey to have meetings with the supreme leader of Iran and his team, and they blew President Trump off. Just blew him off. And so President Trump decided, okay, well then, I've been trying to do this for how long now? It's time to do what we need to do, and this weekend he did. It is 5:51 on Nashville's Morning News. Jay Harper is in the WTN Newsroom. Jay.
Yeah, Dan, of course, we'll have more on what you've been discussing this morning with respect to the Iran airstrikes. We'll also have this morning's money news, that and more, coming up at 6 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Need some audio, KGB, if I could. 615-737-9986. Hey, you guys want to play a game? Jay, can you name this Democrat? KGB, can you name this Democrat? 3, 2, 1.
And I want the Iranians to know that if I'm the president, we will attack Iran. Whatever stage of development they might be in their nuclear weapons program in the next 10 years, during which they might foolishly consider launching an attack on Israel, we would be able to totally obliterate them. That's a terrible thing to say.
Oh, my gosh. Okay.
Oh, my gosh.
Number one, can you name who that is?
Yes.
Sounds like someone that has killed people close to her in the past.
Yes, that is a former New York senator and Secretary of State, I do believe.
Hillary Clinton.
A senator that even lived in her own state that she was a senator of.
I love that she actually used the term obliterate, which is what Donald Trump and I think it was Pete Hegseth and Marco Rubio, I think everybody is using that term obliterate. And I wonder if do you know what I wonder? I wonder if they actually went back and they knew of this Hillary clip. And so they decided, let's just troll the Democrats by using the term that Hillary used when she was saying that she herself would bomb Iran back when she was running for president. Here's the rest of that soundbite, by the way.
But those people who run Iran need to understand that, because that perhaps will deter them from doing something that would be reckless, foolish, and tragic.
There you go.
Wow. Hillary Clinton, the hawk.
Who would have thunk it? Who would have? She and Lindsey Graham. By the way, I love what 1303 said. We're getting a lot of text messages in. 615-737-9986. Highlight of my day, by the way, just so you folks know, highlight of my day is reading the super text line and also the YouTube chat. 1303 says, I'm not that bright and a bit lazy. So on occasion, I just look at who is saying what. If they are people like Balloon Hair Bernie and the other troublemaking commies, he says, I just take the opposite side and it works every time. There you go. And I understand that. So you really, if you're against Balloon Hair Bernie or, AOC or Jasmine Croco Crap.
Yeah, Chuck Schumer, all that
ilk.
Can you imagine, though, trying to keep this mission secret by telling Democrats what you've got up your sleeve?
There is no way.
They'd be on social media as soon as they got off the phone.
There'd be TikToking all over the place.
Yeah.
All right, it is 6 o'clock, Nashville. By the way, coming up next, in the next hour, I do have Congressman Scott Desjardins. Also, Congressman Wesley Hunt obliterates Whoopi Goldberg. That incredible audio is straight ahead on WTN.
Good morning. It is 6 a.m. and I'm Jay Harper, and I've got your top stories. We'll get you this hot forecast and a traffic report here in just a bit. The U.S. attack on Iran's nuclear sites. American B-2 bombers are now home from their 36-hour mission after dropping those bunker buster bombs. Iran says its military will now decide the timing, nature, and scale of its response. The U.S. military and U.S. Homeland Security now on alert, while Israel and Iran exchange new attacks. Here's ABC's Andrew Dimbert.
President Trump also questioning the future of Iran's regime, posting, "Why wouldn't there be a regime change?" The comment possibly hinting at hopes that the Iranian people will now demand new leadership. Vice President J.D. Vance insists the U.S. strikes were about stopping Iran's nuclear ambitions, not toppling its government.
Back here in the U.S., police in Wayne, Michigan say a security guard, quote, prevented a large-scale mass shooting on Sunday when the guard shot and killed an alleged shooter they say was intent on attacking a Michigan church. It happened at the Cross Point Community Church in the Detroit suburb of Wayne, Michigan. Here's Wayne's police chief, Ryan Strong, with more details.
He approached the church building and began firing his weapon. Several staff members from the church approached the gunman. A parishioner struck the gunman with his vehicle as the gunman shot the vehicle repeatedly. At least 2 staff members shot the gunman, causing fatal wounds. One staff member was shot once in the leg by the suspect.
Back here in Nashville, Vanderbilt University Medical Center, they're expected to lay off up to 650 of its workforce as it nears the end of its fiscal year on June 30th. The layoffs come after Vanderbilt's medical center said it will have to reduce its operating costs by more than $300 million. Sources told Channel 4 here in town those affected mostly include administrative and other support areas. Vanderbilt also said they will continue to hire clinical staff such as doctors, nurses, care partners, surgical techs to open the new facility this fall, the Jim Ayers Tower. Those affected will be notified over the next couple of days. The Market Numbers Report. It's brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Let's turn now to Jim Ryan for this report. Beacon, by the way, can be found online at beaconcm.com.
Brent crude oil was 2% higher to start the week after the U.S. attack on Iran's nuclear facilities. The major question for investors is whether Iran will retaliate by disrupting oil shipments through the Strait of Hormuz. Despite that uncertainty, stock futures were higher overnight. Going into the weekend, the Dow Jones rose 35 points to close at 42,207 Friday. But the S&P slipped 0.2% on the day, while the Nasdaq gave up 0.5%. Add another batch of driverless cars to the traffic mix in Austin. 3 months after Waymo launched its service in the Texas capital, Tesla's new robo-taxis are hitting the streets today, starting with about 20 vehicles. There's cause for celebration, but cause for concern at Krispy Kreme. The donut chain has rolled out a batch of red, white, and blue offerings to celebrate Independence Day, but it's also letting current and former employees know about a widespread data breach at Krispy Kreme.
Now let's check the stock futures. The Dow, it's down 3, but the S&P, it's up 4 1/4, and the Nasdaq, it's up 12. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. In the Bellevue part of town, we had an injury crash there earlier. That has been moved out of the way. That's Highway 70S at Old Hickory Boulevard. And for you folks out in the Ashland City area and the Leo Baker Road, north of Mosley Ferry Road location, that part of the road still blocked, had a tree fall across the highway. And we're beginning to see the normal volume delays coming from 24 eastbound up around Trinity Lane. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6:07 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you. I love this. We'll call this the meme of the day. By the way, welcome on in. It is June 23rd of 2025. It is a Monday. Times Barack Obama dropped the bombs but did not declare war. Libya 2011, Pakistan 2009, Yemen, Somalia, Iraq, and Syria. All of these times, the former President Barack Obama has dropped those bombs on various countries across the world without declaring war. So that is important because you have all of these folks on the left saying that they want to impeach President Trump. So we'll keep you updated on all of that. By the way, there is also some breaking news. You want to hear this? This is awesome. I'm seeing on social media, Aaron sent this to me. Thank you, Snark. The headquarters belonging to Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard was just struck by a bunch of IDF airstrikes, Israel. Hundreds, they say, of Revolutionary Guard soldiers were reportedly eliminated. Now, you know who the Islamic Revolutionary Guard is, right? Now, these are the guys that trained Hamas to attack Israel. So this is obviously a good thing. You've got to do everything that you can to decapitate Iran's military and nuclear ability. And so it sounds like if you had, a bunch of these Revolutionary Guard inside of the building, I guess it was the headquarters, and they were inside the building. I wonder if Israel has some intel where you had a lot of the guys in the guard and they were there, I don't know, for a meeting or whatever, but Israel just took, several hundred out. That, my friends, is a good thing. So we'll continue to, the world basically is waiting for a response from Iran. They're warning Donald Trump and America. You started this. We'll finish it. Remember, one of the things that Iran has always been really good at? Sucker punches and threats. They've always been good at those two things, sucker punches and threats. Well, we're basically taking away their ability to sucker punch by destroying their military. That is a good thing. Now, what happens next is anybody's guess. I spent some time in the previous hour talking about how incredible the attack was on Iran, and a lot of people have been talking about how good it is. We do have, just to get you up to speed as more listeners come in here in the 6 o'clock hour, we do have law enforcement in Washington, D.C. and New York on high alert. And a lot of people are talking about, okay, so what is it that Iran could do to finish it? I'm going to put finish it in air quotes, right? Because they're saying, you started this, we're going to finish this. You do have cyber attacks. You do have drone swarms like we've seen before, terror attacks by their proxies. You've got Hamas, and let's be honest, Hamas and some of their other terrorist organizations that Iran funds, they've been decimated. But they're still out there. Missile strikes against either Israeli cities or our military bases. And as I've said, they're also threatening to close the Strait of Hormuz. That would impact trade and oil prices as well. So there's a lot that we need to be worried about. And the sleeper cells, at least to me, that is one of the biggest worries. Because we had that wide open border. Everybody knows about the wide open border. Tom Homan was asked about this over the weekend and the risks of those that have come across our wide open southern border thanks to Joe Biden. This was Tom Homan. He was on with Maria Bartiromo.
So I pulled numbers this morning just from a CBP under Joe Biden. There was 1,272 nationals of Iran released in the country between OFO and the Border Patrol. And you compare that to the Trump administration, zero. Right, zero releases. And right now, because of President Trump's leadership, we have the most secure border in my lifetime, most secure border in the history of this nation.
I mean, that's great. I love the fact that we now have a secure border. That doesn't make me feel safer because there's a lot of these guys in our country. I mean, you're talking about people from, you name the America-hating country, and they're here, and they came across our southern border. We could talk about Syria. We could talk about Iran. We could talk about Pakistan. We could speak about China, Russia. By the way, there's a Russian official who is now saying, well, you know, there's a lot of nations that hate America that have nukes, and they're standing in line, waiting to give Iran nuclear weapons. Now, whether or not that's true is anybody's guess, because remember the two things that Iran has been, known for: sucker punches and threats. But this is why we are on high alert. We spoke about this all last week. Are we ready? Are we ready for, the cyber attacks and, the possible terror attacks? Donald Trump, Fox News alert from the White House. Donald Trump is meeting with his national security team today. But I guarantee you this isn't the first time he's meeting with them, because everyone knows that when we attacked Iran over the weekend, taking out those 3 nuclear sites, that there would be a response. And Tom Homan, he understands that.
But under Joe Biden, we had over 10 million people cross that border. But my biggest concern from day one, beyond the fentanyl, beyond the sex trafficking women and children, were the 2 million known gotaways. Over 2 million people crossed that border. We don't know who they are, where they came from, because they got away, because Border Patrol is so overwhelmed with the humanitarian crisis that Biden created that over 2 million people crossed the border and got away. That is my biggest concern, and that's what created the biggest national security vulnerability this country's ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, he had the number 1,272. Clearly, that's a problem. Add in there, again, the Chinese released into this country or that snuck in. We understandably are on high alert.
Do we know where every one of the 2 million are? No. We don't know who they all are. We don't know why they're here, where they came from. But we do know Border Patrol intelligence for the last 4 years, they found prayer mats south of the border. They found identification from people from Iran, Turkey, Uzbekistan, Syria, south of the border. So we know that some terrorists have crossed that border. We'd be a fool to think zero cross. The thing is, though, we got President Trump as a commander-in-chief who's put all resources on that.
Yeah, and by the way, if you're just joining us, the president and our military, and I'm going to get into this a little bit after we check the traffic, but to say that this military strike against Iran, clearly, even the left is saying that even if they don't agree with the mission was executed perfectly, just like when Donald Trump took out ISIS in his first administration. This is being called an absolutely perfect military mission. The question is, and we don't really know, and we won't fully know for the next several days or weeks, how successful was it in, to use the president's terms, obliterated? How much were we actually able to obliterate their 3 nuclear bases, military installations? We'll talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead. Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, had a lot to say. We've got some audio from him coming up. Time to check the roads on WTN. At 6:16, as far as your weather goes, friends, it is going to be hot. It is going to be brutal. Today it's going to be 95, going to feel like 100 degrees. Tomorrow and Wednesday, highs are going to be about 96. And again, it's going to feels like is going to be into the triple digits, 6 figures. No, triple digits. All right, it is 6:16, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Real quick, watch us on YouTube, and you can also watch us on X, and also the website, 997WTN.com, and Facebook. I prefer you do YouTube. You can take the daily poll there. Right now, Marco Rubio has said, and I've got the audio coming up, but Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, is saying, a lot of other people are saying this as well, that we are safer now than we were, for example, on Friday. We asked the question for the 6 o'clock hour, do you believe that we are safer now that we have taken out the nuclear and military installations there in Iran? And KGB, what are people saying?
79% say yes.
79% say yes, and that means that 21% say no. And so go take the Daily Dan poll. By the way, you can also listen in on all of the apps that are out there, the big three. Tune in, the WTN app, and the iHeartRadio app as well. So the Democrats are screaming about impeaching Donald Trump. We'll cover that as well. Scott Desjardins, Congressman, he's going to be joining us at 6:37 right here on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, is saying, yeah, we are safer now.
No, we're not. This is not a war against Iran. This is very simple. 67 days ago, the President of the United States sent the Iranians a letter, and it said, you're not going to have nuclear weapons. You're not going to have a militarized nuclear program. Let's negotiate. I want to do this diplomatically. I want to do this peacefully. They tried to play him along the way they've played every American president for the last 35 years. And, the president told them, if we don't get a deal, which is what he wanted, then I'll have to handle it differently. And that's what he did. He handled it differently. But that was an Iranian choice. We didn't make that choice. They did. Yep. By playing games with Donald Trump, they made a huge mistake. And President Trump acted last night. And I think the world today is safer.
I mean, listen, play stupid games and win stupid prizes, right? I mean, I'm going to keep repeating this over and over, where Donald Trump, White House is saying, he offered to fly all the way to Turkey, not people from his administration. Donald Trump himself offered last week to fly all the way to Turkey to take part in face-to-face negotiations with the supreme leader to negotiate a better deal and get Iran to eliminate those nuclear weapons themselves and their nuclear ambitions. And they blew them off. They actually blew the president of the United States off. So, mess around and find out what happens, right? And that is exactly what has happened. Donald Trump, he's clearly gamed all of this out, has to. So now we sit and we wait to see what happens next. Now, Iran may end up, because they've done this before, where they'll simply, launch some missiles that we or Israel can very easily knock down, or that they can, so that they can say, well, we retaliated, knocked down some missiles, or maybe, they'll launch some missiles and it'll, land somewhere, but it doesn't really do a whole lot of damage, kind of like theater, if you will, because, the Iranian government, the supreme leader and these folks, they do have to save face somewhat, but I don't know how they can with everything that happened over the weekend, or they can really go for it. They can really try, and they can try to hit us hard. Marco Rubio and Donald Trump and everybody else is saying that would be a huge, huge mistake if Iran really tried to take us out. Obviously, our military installations here in the continental U.S., it would be a big mistake.
Well, if they retaliate, it'll be the worst mistake they've ever made. Look, we can fly in and out of Iran at will. We went in last night. The president sent our military forces from halfway across the world, went in, conducted this operation, left. Not a shot was fired against us. They didn't even know what had happened. By the time we left, the planes were out of their airspace before they finally started realizing they'd been hit. So it would be a terrible mistake if Iran retaliates. But that's not our goal. We are not declaring war on Iran. We're not looking for war on Iran. But if they attack us, then I think we have capabilities they haven't even seen yet. It would be a terrible mistake on their part. And frankly, it's not what we hope for or wish.
Nope. I mean, listen, nobody wants this to escalate. I do like this notion, though, of this was, and I've got the audio coming up, where Marco Rubio says this is not an escalation. This is actually a de-escalation. And Rubio was asked about Donald Trump. He posted floating the idea, they say, of regime change. The president saying it's not politically correct to use the term regime change, but if the current Iranian regime is unable to make Iran great again, why wouldn't there be a regime change? And then he says, MIGA, M-I-G-A, make Iran great again.
Maybe don't use that anymore. It's a little close.
I'm good. I'm a professional, KGB.
I know, but I don't think I'm professional.
So is Marco Rubio.
Well, that's certainly not the goal of what we're working on here. The goal is stated very clearly in a letter the president sent the Supreme Leader about 65, 67 days ago. And in a letter he said, you're not going to have a nuclear weapon. Let's negotiate peacefully a solution. We can make a really good deal that's good for Iran, good for America, good for the world. If you don't, however, then I'm going to have to deal with this differently. The Iranians didn't like the letter. They didn't respond to it. They ultimately entered into fake negotiations and tried to play him along. In essence, they thought they could do with President Trump what they've done with presidents in the past and get away with it. And they found out last night that they can't.
That's exactly right. By the way, I also loved what J.D. Vance had to say. And I've got that coming up. It is 6:23. Jay Harper is in the WTN newsroom. Remember, we've got Congressman Scott Desjardins coming up at 6:37 on Nashville's Morning News. Jay.
Yes, Iran claiming to be planning their response to U.S. airstrikes, and also Senator Bernie Sanders, surprise, surprise, criticizing those airstrikes. We'll have those stories and more at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.623 on WTN. Dan Mandis here for USS, United Structural Systems. I have been telling you for years about USS. They are experts in waterproofing, concrete leveling, and foundation repair. Now, this is a great company. I've used them many times. They've helped me with my home, and that is why I proudly endorse United Structural Systems. Now, I'm not the only one. You got 30,000 satisfied customers. Listen to this recent review on Google. One guy says that USS was highly professional, the crew was phenomenal from start to finish, and they treated his home as if they were working on their own. And he does give United Structural Systems 5 stars all the way. Now, they're not going to charge you for any unnecessary repairs, and you are not going to pay a dime until the work is done and you are a satisfied customer. Now, call them 615-488-7855. They can help you with a ton related to maintaining your home. They can help you with basement and crawl space waterproofing, basement wall stabilization, and foundation repair, among many other things. We guarantee our best. Call USS at 615-488-7855, USSTN.com. Mark Spain Real Estate. Listen, the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, it is the easiest way to sell your home. You can save time and make the most money and eliminate all the hassle this summer. Dan Mandis here. You know, I always recommend Mark Spain Real Estate to my friends here in Nashville and Middle Tennessee because I know that I can trust that they're going to help you sell your home hassle-free. And yes, you are going to get a strong all-cash offer. As a matter of fact, with Mark Spain Real Estate, they sell more than 37 homes a day, making them the most experienced real estate team in America. And you can trust them to sell your home hassle-free and with the strongest cash offer in the industry. Now, Mark Spain Real Estate, they sell 2 homes every single hour. Yours could be next, making them, again, the most experienced real estate team in America. Call them. Tell them Dan told you to reach out at 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD. Online anytime, markspain.com, and start packing. 629, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. WTN News with Jay Harper is coming up, and then we'll be speaking with Congressman Scott DesJarlais. By the way, did you hear what Republicans in Congress are going to do regarding the Los Angeles riots? Have you seen this? I'm going to ask Congressman Scott DesJarlais about it coming up after the news right here on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It is 6:30, and I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. Weather and traffic are on the way. The U.S. attack on Iran's nuclear sites. Well, the American B-2 bombers, they're now safely home after their 36-hour mission of dropping those bunker buster bombs. Iran says its military will now decide the timing, nature, and scale of its response. The U.S. military and U.S. Homeland Security now on alert while Iran and Israel exchange new attacks. Here's ABC's Andrew Dimbert.
Here at home, law enforcement also on high alert. Homeland Security warning state and local officials of a heightened threat environment. One group tracking threats to Jewish institutions says more than 1,600 violent online posts have been flagged since Saturday night's airstrikes.
U.S. Senator Bernie Sanders took his Fight the Oligarchy tour to Fort Worth, Texas. He received some cheers when he expressed his frustration with the Trump administration's support of the war in Gaza.
Given the fact that the Netanyahu government is breaking international and American law, we should not provide them with one nickel more in U.S. military aid.
Back here in Nashville, a possible drowning investigation is underway after a man's body was pulled from the Cumberland River near the Tennessee State University refinery this morning. A refinery operator worker spotted the man's body and notified authorities. The Nashville Fire Department responded and retrieved the man's body from the river. He has yet to be identified. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Thank you, Jay. 632 on WTN. And, you know, a lot has been made about my upstairs bathtub having holes in it. It is ugly. It does need a lot of work. And my friends at Zentex, they're going to help me, and they can help you as well. Listen, if you've got a bathtub that needs work, they have been in business since 2001. They are here to help you. Now, among the things that they can do, because there's a lot of things that Zentex can do. They can remodel your shower. They can remodel your bathtub. They can even convert your bathtub into a walk-in shower. Now, these types of improvements, as you know, they can increase the value of your home. And Zentex, it's not a big deal. They can have it wrapped up in a day. Zentex is an award-winning company that offers limited lifetime warranties for both their products and installation. You can make your bathroom safer with a walk-in shower, complete with grab bars and a bench seat for the older folks in your life who need that assist and support. Call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out, 629-258-7747. You can fix, remodel, or convert your tub into a shower today with Zentex, 629-258-7747. A great deal going on right now. You mention me and WTN, you get $1,750 off or no interest for 24 months, whichever works best for you. And also, no payments for 2 years. Zintex, Zentex.com.
Folks headed into Clarksville on I-24 from Nashville. We're looking at the left lane being blocked there. 24 westbound just past exit 11. We do have a crash there. Already starting to see the normal volume delays coming down from Clarksville on 24 as you approach Trinity Lane. The same can be said up north of the city, 65 southbound in the Millersville area near that construction zone. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.636 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in to Congressman Scott Desjardins on the Newsmaker Hotline. Congressman, are you in New York? I should say, are you in Middle Tennessee or are you in Washington, D.C.? I've got him on the air, KGB. Congressman, how are you this morning?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Good. You in D.C.?
I'm heading there later today.
Okay, so how worried are you? The big quote out of Iran this morning, they are saying that Trump and America, you started this and we are going to finish it. We've got terror levels that have now been risen. And, of course, you are the chairman of the House Armed Forces Strategic Forces Subcommittee. So, as such, how worried are you this morning?
Well, I mean, they're talking pretty big. They have sent some missiles towards Israel, as we know. They don't seem to have much ground-to-air capability. Israel flew 60 jets over their soil the other night without losing a single plane. We ran our mission without, to our knowledge, a shot being fired at us. So I don't know what their capacity is, but their terror cells have been the problem for some time now and was a big reason for this strike. They've been able to wreak havoc all over the Middle East and other places with their proxies. And so, that's still going to be a threat, and that's going to be, I guess, their only means to fight back is with terror cells. So we're going to have to be very vigilant. We've been dealing with this now for years anyway. So I would step lightly if I were them, because if they go after one of our bases, they're going to see an escalation that I don't think that they're prepared to handle.
So Operation Midnight Hammer, I mean, I got to tell you, I'm not a military guy, but that's pretty impressive how that whole thing was executed. How satisfied are you that President Trump and the military, they've got this?
Well, I don't think anybody else has the capability to do that. I think that sends a message to President Xi and President Putin that our bomber force is formidable. I would hope it would be a deterrence for future aggression on their parts. But it's an incredible mission to send bombers from the middle of the United States halfway around the world, conduct that mission, come back, and we'll get briefed on it, I guess, later today or tomorrow. There'll probably be more than one briefing. I think they're doing a whole of Congress briefing tomorrow, but hopefully we'll get a little bit more detailed briefing in our HASC role. So I'm anxious to see some of the photos and hear some more of the details.
So as usual, and I know, Congressman, that you'll be shocked by this, but the brain trust of AOC and Jasmine Crockett and others, I'm sure, are calling for the president to be impeached for not going through Congress. We seem to go through this every single time. Obviously, there's precedent for this. A president is, head of the armed forces, and he's allowed to do this.
Well, they're coming out. The UN watchdog who looks at nuclear buildup materials and controls were saying, that Iran was probably not that close to a nuclear weapon. I can tell you, I get an awful lot of briefings related to things like this, and I think the threat was very real. I think that the amount of enriched uranium they had was at a point that, you've heard open source reports say it could be 3 months. They could do a crude weapon in as short as a week. And, frankly, I think Iran would use them. And now I see someone from Russia saying there's countries thinking of giving nuclear warheads to Iran. So, there is a fear of escalation, but there was no question what the Iranians were doing. People, think this was all about Israel, but as much as I guess Israel calls, or Iran calls Israel the little Satan, they call us the great Satan. And so, the threat to the United States is big or greater than it is to Israel. They're just in a worse spot in terms of proximity and easier to get at. But ever since 1979, Iran has been an enemy of ours. I look at China as our number one adversary. Russia probably is number two. Iran was number three. North Korea probably number four. And so if we can take one of those off the table with strikes like President Trump authorized, I'm all about it. I thought it was the right move to make based on the intel that I've been given over the last few years.
Congressman Scott Desjardins joining us. Congressman, give me some insight, because I've always found this fascinating, whether we're talking about, massive budget bills or intelligence on Iran. But how is it you can have so many different narratives when it comes to, for example, in this case, Iran, where you have some people saying, oh, they weren't really that close, and other people, such as yourself, is saying, oh, yeah, they were close. Why is there such a wide swing?
Well, I think what they say publicly and what we get privately, we have, intel people that are on the ground. Israel has people on the ground, and they're very good. Obviously, they have a lot at stake. And, you can kind of see things, whether it's, through satellite imagery or other means of detection that I can't talk about. You have an idea of what it takes to build a bomb, and they were close. And we just don't know what they would do. They seem to be very unstable. They operate through their proxies, as we all know. And frankly, I think they've been getting away with an awful lot. If you look at historically, Barack Obama was apologizing for American exceptionalism, and it felt like it weakened our standing. And then Trump came in, and the military felt strong again, and people didn't know what he was going to do. Biden came in, telegraphed all his moves, or he would kind of flip-flop around on what he would do with Taiwan or not do with Taiwan. And I don't think people respected the military. I think the military was weakened because of DEI and wokeness and other reasons. We had recruiting issues. Now we've exceeded our recruiting goals in the Army. And when Trump says he's going to do something and he does it, it sends a strong message to world leaders that, this guy doesn't screw around. And I think it instills pride in the military. They know there's direction. And so, I guess we get a lot of briefings. We try to make the best decisions that we can make, and ultimately you get your generals and your war room together and input from the different folks that I work with, and you hope that you make the right decision for the country. But yes, you're always going to get your Bernie Sanders and your AOCs and say this wasn't necessary. But I just remember the projection of weakness that we experienced under those administrations, and it feels a lot better to have our adversaries knowing that we're capable, we're ready, we're lethal, and you shouldn't screw around.
All right, coming up, I got to check traffic real quick. Coming up, I'm going to ask you, number one, do you believe that we have, to use the president's term, obliterated their nuclear arsenal? And how will we know, when will we know the clarity as far as exactly how much damage we did? That's number one. And number two, and I do find this one interesting, the headline is, House Republicans plot a vote on a resolution to condemn the Los Angeles riots. We're going to talk about that and a whole lot more with Congressman Scott Desjardins. It is 6:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. Man, it is going to be hot today, high around 95, possibility of some thunderstorms. It's going to feel like 100 Tuesday and Wednesday, high around 96. And again, it's going to feel like in the triple digits. Congressman Scott Desjardins is joining us. All right, so Congressman, how will we know, because you have the president say that it was obliterated and we've taken the bomb out of their hands. Others are using language maybe a bit more cautiously. When will we and how will we know the extent of the damage to Iran's nuclear capabilities?
Oh, as I said, people on the ground that know where they were at and, how close they were, different operatives, they'll be able to do some assessments. We'll look at the behavior of the Iranians after the fact. They're probably going to talk tough and say, oh, you didn't do any damage. I was a little shocked at the number of the bunker busters that were dropped. I didn't know if it was going to be 2, but apparently it was 6 on the Hardin facility at Fortas. But it'll take a little while, but we know where the enriched uranium was stored, and those apparently were hit on surface with Tomahawk. When you're trying to get deep inside a mountain, you think of a mine or something. That's that's a lot of earth to get through to get to the source. And so I don't know that President Trump could come out with exact confidence and say, hey, they're obliterated. It's going to take a little time. The new Joint Chiefs, General Kane, who was just before our committee a week or 2 ago, said there was extremely or excessive damage. I think that's a good sign hearing that from him. Trump always has a little more bravado to him, but we'll get briefings this week that will be more detailed, and so maybe there'll be something I can share with you. I would say that it definitely set it back to the point that it's going to create problems, but I would agree with you. I don't know at this point whether it was 100% successful or 70%. We just really no way of knowing just yet there, but there'll be ways to assess that moving forward. And, hopefully it's not like we can't hit them again if we need to.
Yeah, boy, there is that. And of course, I don't really need to ask you about the wide open borders and, the dangers that are in our country because of Joe Biden's wide open borders. We all know the Syrians, the Chinese, the Iranians, all these folks from America-hating countries have come into our country through Joe Biden's wide open border. Based on the intelligence, though, I've got to ask, how worried are you that among the things that, among the choices that they have to retaliate against America, are you worried about sleeper cells here in America?
I was worried about it before we did this. So, yes, absolutely. Yeah. I think that, there's possibilities with drones and other items like that. But, yeah, that's been a concern of mine. And, you don't throw a punch unless you're willing to take a punch. And if we don't think we're going to get a bloody nose out of this in some form or fashion, we're probably wrong. I am very concerned. We'll be hyper vigilant watching for these groups, but there's no doubt they poured through the borders, and I'm sure they're organizing, and it may be something very rudimentary, but it doesn't take much to really disrupt our day-to-day living. So we got to be hyper vigilant, and yes, I'm quite concerned about it.
So apparently, when you get back to D.C., the headline is House Republicans plot vote on resolution to condemn the Los Angeles riots. The resolution, which will be considered by the House Rules Committee Monday, to tee up floor consideration later in the week. Apparently what it's going to do is it's going to recognize the right to assemble and protest peacefully and condemns the violence perpetrated against federal, state, and local law enforcement in Los Angeles. So it looks like it's going to be a resolution. I guess my question is, I appreciate the sentiment. I truly do, but what would be the point?
Frankly, I think there's a hell of a lot better use of our time than some of these resolutions. It's a shame on you resolution. Doesn't really do anything. It just shows that, hey, we care about this. I think there's another resolution condemning the violence in Minnesota, which, that was tragic that you get somebody that, goes to attack political operatives, whether they're, in the Minnesota State House or anywhere, or Steve Scalise on the baseball field. Anytime you get people they're going after politicians and shooting them, that's the problem. But again, Congress doing a resolution condemning the violent actions in Minnesota is just that. It's like you shouldn't have done that, but it has no teeth. We need to be getting Trump's bill through, the reconciliation bill. We're waiting on the Senate to get that back to us. We are doing Milcon VA appropriation bills, so that's one bill that deals with military construction for our troops, and and benefits for our veterans. That was about the only thing on the list this week that I thought was worthwhile. But as far as a lot of these other bills that we do that are just, to me, kind of show bills, maybe it's good for somebody in their district, and I shouldn't be so
cynical,
I guess, negative about it. But I'm with you. It's like we have so many important things going on right now that sometimes it looks like you just put bills out there to fill the calendar to look busy and wag your finger at somebody.
Yeah, I know that. I know you know this. You and I have spoken about it, but there's a lot of frustration among Donald Trump supporters that we have not been codifying some of these executive orders, and there's a lot of frustration. I think. I know I don't mean to put you on the spot, but with 45 seconds left, is there frustration within the Republican Party, within the House of Representatives, that Speaker Mike Johnson just this kind of a thing with the show bills, as opposed to getting some of these things out of the House of Representatives?
I don't know that I've heard any frustration directly at Mike Johnson. I mean, I personally am frustrated that we don't seem to focus on high priorities, and it just feels like not getting this reconciliation. I hate calling it the big beautiful bill, but getting the reconciliation bill done, in a sense, has us somewhat paralyzed. We need to get our defense authorization bill done. That's extremely important. We were going to do that back in May, and then it was June. Now it's July. The farm bill is still sitting there stuck in the mud, and so I just feel like for some reason we're somewhat paralyzed by this bill, and we need to get it moving. Hopefully the Senate will make that happen this week, and I don't know if we'll hit the 4th of July deadline, but maybe the week after. But then I think you'll really see things start to ramp up. But you're right, we should be codifying these executive orders. Why not be doing at least one or two of those a week, something meaningful? And I'm actually going to speak to Mike Johnson just because of you today. I'm going to ask him that. I was on the radio and said that people back home are frustrated that we're doing these other bills that just seem to be show bills when we should be doing these other bills. So I hadn't felt anybody blaming Mike Johnson, but I am going to talk to him on behalf of Dan Mandis this week.
Thank you very much, Congressman Scott DesJarlais. And you can use the term ticked off if you want, just to make sure he knows that I'm, really mean some business over here.
Yeah, you're really, really mad. But no, it's the constituents. I get it. You base this on the calls that you're getting, and I'm going to say, hey, here in Tennessee, we'd like to see more of this happening, and really, I'd like to be able to give them a better answer as to why it's not. So let's see what we can find out.
All right, Congressman. Thank you very much, Congressman Scott DesJarlais on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It's 6:53 on Super Talk, and Jay Harper has the news at 7. Jay.
Yes, Dan, Iran now threatening to disrupt the flow of oil in the Middle East. And a Michigan church security guard being called a hero this morning. We'll have those stories coming up at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here. I've been talking for years about the Glock store. Now, these folks helped me buy my first gun. It is where I continue to train. Now, if you need a new firearm, they've got all the Glocks, factory and custom. And don't forget the wildly popular Trump Glock. I love those. Now, they've also got some of those accessories that you love, red and green dot optics, upgraded triggers, and the lowest prices on Glock magazines in the country. Not just on sale every once in a while, but every single day, low prices at the Glock store. And by the way, don't forget about the bullets. Now, you buy a 10-round test pack of 9mm ammo, and you can test fire any Glock in the rental department. Let me tell you, I've been there many times. They've got some really cool guns back there. So, including, by the way, the Glock 43X, the most popular handgun in America. So buy, upgrade, or train. It's all the same at the Glock store. It is all really, really great. Minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere. The Glock store, glockstore.com and shoot270.com. 6:59, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTNR. Coming up next, new details on who Trump took out over the weekend in Iran, and also a dramatic new threat from Iran. So the news does continue to unfold as we cover everything regarding Iran, as, the news seems to be changing every single hour. And I've got new details for you coming up next on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It is 7 a.m. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. A forecast and a traffic report are coming up. Following the U.S. missile strikes in Iran, Tehran now threatening to block the Strait of Hormuz, which would disrupt the flow of the world's crucial oil supply. Here's ABC's Luis Martinez with more.
Another really important question is, did the Iranians have enough time to move some of these centrifuges, which were the targets to begin with? Did they have enough time to move them out to other locations so they could be secreted and protected from any potential bomb drops by either the U.S. or Israel?
Back here in the U.S., an investigation underway after someone armed with multiple weapons started shooting outside a church in Michigan yesterday. Police say a quick-thinking staffer prevented a major tragedy. Here's ABC's Alan Cusick.
Police say parishioners outside saw the gunman driving recklessly, then get out of his vehicle wearing a tactical vest, carrying a rifle and a handgun. They say he began firing as he approached the church. That's when one parishioner and multiple church staffers confronted him. Authorities credit church staff with killing the suspect, a 31-year-old man believed to have been suffering from a mental health crisis.
Back here in Nashville, a 68-year-old man's been arrested and charged with arson after allegedly setting a dumpster on fire in downtown Nashville's Arcade Alley, telling authorities he did it to protest what he described as the mayor's lack of help for the homeless. Carl Joseph Blahnik was booked into the downtown detention center on Saturday morning. He's facing one felony count of arson and being held on a $20,000 bond. We now turn to the market numbers report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. They're online at beaconcm.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
Brent crude oil was 2% higher to start the week after the U.S. attack on Iran's nuclear facilities. The major question for investors is whether Iran will retaliate by disrupting oil shipments through the Strait of Hormuz. Despite that uncertainty, stock futures were higher overnight. Going into the weekend, the Dow Jones rose 35 points to close at 42,207 Friday. But the S&P slipped 0.2% on the day, while the Nasdaq gave up 0.5%. Add another batch of driverless cars to the traffic mix in Austin. 3 months after Waymo launched its service in the Texas capital, Tesla's new robo-taxis are hitting the streets today, starting with about 20 vehicles. There's cause for celebration, but cause for concern at Krispy Kreme. The donut chain has rolled out a batch of red, white, and blue offerings to celebrate Independence Day, but it's also letting current and former employees know about a widespread data breach at Krispy Kreme.
Stock futures now down. The Dow down 110, the S&P down 12, the Nasdaq down 47.5. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Satan knows Scripture better than some Christians, and for that reason should be respected because he has centuries of experience in deceiving and tempting people. Satan understands our human nature and our motivations. Satan has the power to plant thoughts in our minds if we allow it through ignorance. John 13:2, during supper, the devil having already put into the heart of Judas Iscariot, the son of Simon, to betray him, that being Jesus, Satan can possess non-believers as well. Luke 22:3, and Satan entered into Judas, who was called Iscariot, belonging to the number of the 12. Satan actually tries harder on Christians because Christians become his enemies when we accept Christ as our Savior. The best news, Christians share in Jesus' victory since he defeated Satan's power on the cross. John 16:33, these things I have spoken to you so that in me you may have peace. In the world you may have tribulation, but take courage. I have overcome the world. Scan to learn more.
All right, we're going to be looking at the traffic here. Give me just 1 second.
Is he not there? Let's just be honest. Did Jay walk away?
Yes.
So this is my morning thus far. We clearly, let's just call it, and we love Congressman Scott DesJarlais. He was clearly asleep when we called him.
Yeah.
And so he got on the air, and it was, I even said to KGB off the air, can we Amazon over some Red Bull to his house? So he was clearly asleep, and then apparently Jay Harper has just meandered away from the microphone.
Yeah, no worries. But we got a crash with the left lane blocked on I-24. That is westbound past MLK Parkway. That's exit 11. And right now, everything else is looking open. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.706 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The question over there on YouTube, watch us on YouTube, like and subscribe. Do you believe that we are safer now than before President Trump struck Iran over the weekend? 87% agree with Marco Rubio and say that we are safer. And I think a lot of people would also agree with Marco Rubio that what happened over the weekend was actually a de-escalation. Not an escalation, but a de-escalation, because when you can take the gun out of the hand of your enemy, things are automatically de-escalated, are they not? I realize that there are a lot of other nuances that are going on, but it looks like a vast majority of the people taking the poll at YouTube, and search us 99.7 WTN, watch us on YouTube, and take the poll. And right now, 87 to 13% say that we are safer. All right, real quick, a couple of headlines. Iran has now vowed to kill, because the news is just churning right along. Iran has now vowed to kill 50,000 U.S. soldiers after Donald Trump called for regime change following the airstrikes. And we're going to get into that. Also, it looks like Israel has been able to take out what they say is the mastermind behind the Iranian mastermind behind the October 7th terrorist attacks. Of course, as you know, if you listen to me, you know that Iran was truly the country that was behind those terror attacks on Israel. They funded Hamas, and the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, they're the ones that also trained Hamas to go into Israel and slaughter over 1,200 people. And by the way, in case you missed the story earlier, Israel has been able to take out, I guess it's the headquarters or the base of the Iranian Islamic Revolutionary Guard, and hundreds of their guard were killed. And so the news, again, just kind of keeps on breaking here on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, the Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737 WWTN. This is breaking news now from Fox News. Israel has launched over 100 rockets towards Iran. So that is going on. Israeli jets are now in the air over Iran as well. So, I mean, this is going to be, our lives for the next at least a couple of days, if not the next couple of weeks. And, I would like to say that it all started on Saturday night.
Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill.
That is, of course, President Trump making the announcement that most of us either saw on Saturday night or we saw it on Sunday. But that's the president announcing he had struck Iran. And that was really not the beginning. Because as the president said, for decades, Iran has been attacking our interests in the Middle East. And so, Donald Trump, he tried to negotiate. He tried to warn them. He tried to get them to come to the table. Now, if you are somebody who is against what the president did over the weekend in striking those 3 military and nuclear facilities and the Israelis taking out some of their military facilities as well, well, here's the deal. At least they were precise. I mean, this was an amazing, amazing attack. But Trump tried to negotiate, and he did warn them. He was actually begging them, please, Iran, come to the table. Make Iran great again. But you know what? They didn't come to the table. As a matter of fact, as I've been telling you, and the reason I keep repeating this is because it is so critically important. The White House is now saying that President Trump tried to get Iran to come to Turkey. He said, I am willing to fly to Turkey to have, face-to-face negotiations with the supreme leader. And he was rebuffed. He was ignored. They had absolutely no intention of sitting down with President Trump. And so the president, I believe, felt that he really had no choice. This is Pete Hegseth. He was part of that press conference on Sunday morning.
Just like Soleimani found out in the first term, Iran found out when POTUS says 60 days that he seeks peace and negotiation, he means 60 days of peace and negotiation. Otherwise, that nuclear program will not exist. He meant it.
Yeah. I mean, Iran, of course, now calling President Trump a lawless bully who ignored diplomacy. So I want to make sure we all have this right. Iran, the world's #1 nation for terrorism, state-sponsored terror, Iran, they're calling Trump a lawless bully who ignored diplomacy. I mean, clearly, they are as delusional as AOC and Jasmine Crockett, both of whom, and there's a whole bunch of other numbskull Democrats who are out there, delusional Democrats, who are saying that Donald Trump needs to be impeached for what he did over the weekend. We'll get into that. I just had Congressman Scott Desjardins on a few moments ago in the previous hour, and no one is surprised that the Democrats are screaming that Trump needs to be impeached for doing what he felt like he had to do. We'll get into the constitutional argument coming up, but I'm going to be honest with you, folks. There is no argument. And earlier I was telling you about all of the times that one Barack Hussein Obama attacked without getting congressional approval. And by the way, Iran is also now saying they will continue to enrich their uranium. On Sunday, Donald Trump said that he took the bomb right out of Iran's hands. Now, the big question is, how will they retaliate? They are now out there saying that America started it, and we, they say, are going to finish it. And so you've got New York, you've got Washington, D.C. on high alert. You've got the terrorism levels. The National Terrorism Advisory System has raised the terror threat, and Iran's foreign minister, again, saying they've got to respond. And so now basically the world is waiting to see what Iran will do. Remember what President Trump said, that he does want this to be the last time that he has to do this. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, he also reiterated this point in a press conference on Sunday.
As President Trump has stated, the United States does not seek war. But let me be clear. We will act swiftly and decisively when our people, our partners, or our interests are threatened. Iran should listen to the President of the United States and know that he means it, every word.
Yep. And the story of this strike is so incredibly amazing. By the way, in a non-Iran sort of story, Mahmoud Khalil, now you know who he is, right? So just going back into the news cycle from a couple of weeks ago, remember Mahmoud Khalil was the guy, I think he was from Syria, right? I think he was from Syria, if I remember the story right. And he was being held, and Trump was trying to deport him. He was here on a student visa, I believe. I don't know if he had overstayed his visa, but he was leading those violent protests at Columbia University. And the whole thing has gone through the courts. Well, now he has been released. Believe it or not, like 2 days after being released, and remember, Mahmoud Khalil was being held because he was leading these violent protests on the campus of Columbia University. You would think that he would have learned his lesson. Mahmoud Khalil is once again leading protests against Israel and against America, I believe, on the campus of Columbia University. So obviously, some people never learn, and he is more emboldened than ever. And the president, he decided the fight at this point wasn't worth it regarding all of the court proceedings that he was having to deal with. By the way, you know who else has been released? Kilmar Abrego Garcia. This happened over the weekend. Now, he's going to be he's going to end up in an ICE detention facility, but that also came down over the weekend. So there's a lot of news that we are going to talk about. Also, Whoopi Goldberg getting absolutely spanked by Congressman Wesley Hunt. We'll talk about that as well. 7:15 on Nashville's Morning News. Time to check the roads on WTN. $7:16 on Nashville's Morning News. Appreciate you listening. By the way, as far as your weather goes, it is going to be hot. I mean, really hot. Weather today, a high of 95, possible thunderstorms. Going to feel like it's going to be 100 degrees. Tuesday and Wednesday, even hotter at 96 degrees, and that feels like it's going to be up into the triple digits. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So President Trump, he did post this, and then between 7:36 and about 8 o'clock, I'm going to get into some of the other news that is out there not related to the attacks on Iran unless news breaks. But President Trump floating the idea of regime change. He did post this. And by the way, KGB, can you do me a favor and keep an eye on Truth Social to see if the president ends up posting anything as I'm up here talking? But Trump posting on Truth Social, regime change, he says it's not politically correct to use the term regime change, but if the current Iranian regime is unable to make Iran great again, why wouldn't there be a regime change? Make Iran great again is what the president said. Well, Marco Rubio, of course, Secretary of State, says, that's not really what we want.
Well, that's certainly not the goal of what we're working on here. The goal is stated very clearly in a letter the president sent the Supreme Leader about 65, 67 days ago. And in a letter, he said, you're not going to have a nuclear weapon. Let's negotiate peacefully a solution. We can make a really good deal that's good for Iran, good for America, good for the world. If you don't, however, then I'm going to have to deal with this differently. The Iranians didn't like the letter. They didn't respond to it. They ultimately entered into fake negotiations and tried to play him along. In essence, they thought they could do with President Trump what they've done with presidents in the past and get away with it. And they found out last night that they can't.
Well, and all over the media this morning, you have reporting that Donald Trump is floating the idea of regime change. But is he? Is he? He's not saying specifically that we would overthrow their government or assassinate their leadership. He's purposely staying vague. Here's J.D. Vance.
Well, first of all, we don't want to achieve regime change. We want to achieve the end of the Iranian nuclear program, John. That's America's objective, and that's what the president has set us out to do. The president, in the very tweet you mentioned, or the truth that you mentioned, John, said explicitly that he's not trying to take out the Iranian supreme leader. He's trying to take out their nuclear program. And, of course, we took a major step forward with that last night. And again, John, I think we have to back up and test some premises here. How do you achieve long-term peace? How do you prevent spiraling Middle Eastern conflict? Is it through overwhelming military power targeted to an American objective? Or is it by sort of walking yourself into these long-term protracted military conflicts? I think by choosing overwhelming force and overwhelming force tied to something that is important to the American people, that is the end of the Iranian nuclear program, we can achieve peace much more fully than if we sort of sit on our hands and hope that somehow if the Iranians get a nuclear weapon, they're going to be more peaceful. That is a stupid approach, and the president rejected it.
One of the things that people are trying to do is they're trying to make the case that we are doing exactly what we did in Iraq, which really isn't the case yet. Remember, in Iraq, we went in using air power and ground troops, and the case was made to take out Saddam Hussein. We went in with regime change in mind. That's not necessarily what we did last night. Now, the other night, many things can be true. You can be against going in militarily against Iran and getting involved in this whole thing. You can be against that, but you can still say, you know what? We were very surgical in the strike against their nuclear facilities. And so two things can be true. You can be extremely cautious about wanting to get involved in this thing, but you can also be pleased that this was a surgical strike, and militarily it was so precise that Donald Trump and our military, Pete Hegseth, did a great job. But yeah, in Iraq, Saddam Hussein had just invaded Kuwait, and yes, we were told that he had weapons of mass destruction. We all know what happened. Billions of dollars, a destabilized region, thousands of lives lost. But what we did this weekend is not the same as what we did in Iraq. It's just not. But I get the concerns. Trust me when I say I do get the concerns. Right now, Donald Trump, they say, is not seeking regime change. Right now, he is very precise in what he's looking for. No nuclear weapons. Bottom line, no nuclear weapons. And he is looking to destroy their military and their nuclear apparatus as well, which it does look like he has. And I got to tell you that the more you look at how the president executed this military strike, the more incredible it seems.
I mean, the fact is we have a strong president, a decisive president, and the most lethal military in the world. And there's a huge difference between what's going on in Iran right now and what happened in Iraq over 20 years ago. So I think having J.D. Vance out is great. I think having Marco Rubio out is great. I think the president bringing his whole national security team out and showing that, you know, the entire government here was operating in lockstep with great precision, great resolve, and the execution of this was flawless. It ought to give the American people, you know, a lot of confidence in the competence in our government right now as compared to what we had in previous administrations.
As here, and the implications of this is that they do escalate, they do attack Americans abroad, and that we end up seeing a back and forth and war moving forward.
This is not an escalation. This is a de-escalation.
Well, Trump promised escalation.
This is not
Trump promised escalation.
Ever Iranian bunker busting bombs is not an escalation.
Because well, she said President Trump promised us peace. I ask you, can we have peace if Iran has a nuclear weapon?
I mean, great point by Scott Jennings, and I get what he's saying. When you eliminate the weaponry of your enemy, that is an escalation towards peace, or you can call it a de-escalation, whatever it is that you want. But truly, and we took a poll earlier in the 5 o'clock hour, I think it was, and midway through the 6, where I asked you folks, do you believe that we are safer now than before the attack? And vast majority of people did believe that we are safer now. It is 7:23. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Coming up, some non-Iran related news, and there's a lot of it, and we've got it for you coming up. Jay Harper has the newscast at 7:30. Jay.
Yes, sir, Dan. Just when was the decision made to strike those Iranian nuclear sites? We'll have that story, and we're now giving a look at the damage from those airstrikes. We'll have all that and more coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here, 724, and I've got a question for you regarding your roof. If it was destroyed in a storm, how much of that replacement cost would your insurance company cover? Now, if you don't know, you really do need to ask, because some insurance companies, they refuse to pay full replacement cost. They'll deduct money for an older roof, and this means that the insurance company is going to depreciate how much they pay for your roof claim. So if you've got an older roof, they're going to pay you less, and that could leave you on the hook for thousands of dollars. Now, my friends At King & Associates Insurance, they will pay full replacement cost. So whether you have to replace a 10-year-old roof or a 2-year-old roof, they will pay for it to be replaced, period. It is that kind of focus on customer service that makes King & Associates Insurance one of the best insurance companies around. Tell them Dan told you to reach out, 615-329-8121. 615-329-8121. Get your Royal Review, tkinginsurance.com. 729, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, so coming up, my absolutely favorite story of the day, where Congressman Wesley Hunt absolutely takes out Whoopi Goldberg. Remember the whole thing about where she said, well, you know, for black people, life would be better in Iran or something to that effect. Wesley Hunt just absolutely obliterates. It's kind of like the term of the day. Obliterates Whoopi Goldberg. And we'll talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead on WTN.
Good morning. It is 7:30. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories, the weather forecast, a traffic report. They're both on the way. The Trump administration went to great lengths to conceal the Iran strike operation. The president reportedly making the final decision on Saturday for that strike to move forward. ABC's Rachel Scott is at the White House.
President Trump floating the idea of a regime change in Iran after the United States carried out a strike on the country's nuclear facilities. The president posting on social media, if the current Iranian regime is unable to make Iran great again, why wouldn't there be a regime change? But his administration has been adamant that's not the goal.
We're now getting a look at some of the damage done over the weekend with aerial images showing the impact on the surface of those strikes. U.S. forces around the region and authorities at home are on alert for potential retaliation from Iran, with Iran warning its military will decide the timing, nature, and scale of its response. With more, here's ABC's Martha Raddatz.
By the numbers, more than 125 U.S. aircraft, around 75 precision-guided weapons, a piloted mission that was a complete operational surprise.
Back here in Nashville, Metro Police are working to identify a body recovered overnight from the Cumberland River in North Nashville. According to officials, police responded to a reported drowning at about 1 o'clock this morning in an area of the river near Ed Temple Boulevard. The recovery operation follows a search on Friday, during which a man allegedly jumped into the Cumberland River and did not resurface. Now let's take a quick look at the stock futures here this morning. The Dow down 54, the S&P down 2 1/4, the Nasdaq down 2 1/2. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Thank you, Jay. 732, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Listen, if you've got a European car, I've got great news for you. There's a great place to get it serviced and maintained here in Nashville and repaired. They're called Renstall, and they're conveniently located in Nashville, across the street from the Academy of Country Music, 5 minutes from Music Road, 2 minutes from downtown. Now, this is a great company, great people, and really, really talented. They've got the best technicians, the latest and greatest diagnostic equipment, and they're dedicated to customer service. So listen, friends, if you do have a European car, maybe it's a BMW, an Audi, a Mercedes-Benz, a Porsche, any other European car, maybe not so highfalutin, or Renstall is the place you need to get it maintained and serviced. Now, this is dealer-level service, but family-level care and honest pricing, not a corporate mindset. Now, listen, they are locally owned and operated, exclusively working on all European vehicles. Renstall also proudly offers the Heroes Service discount. So you veterans and active duty military, first responders, and emergency medical personnel, you get a 10% discount on all repairs. The other thing that I love about Renstall, they also offer complimentary shuttle service and free Uber rides as well. Immediate appointments and a quick turnaround. How can you get one of those immediate appointments? You call them, and you call them right now. They're open. 615-777-7100, 615-777-7100. If you need to get your European car repaired, serviced, maintained, this is the place to do it. Love the website. iTrustMyMechanic.com. iTrustMyMechanic.com.
Still working to clear this crash that has the left lane blocked up near Clarksville, 24 westbound, just past exit 11. And near the southeast split here, this would be Murfreesboro Pike and I-24, Spence Lane, a crash still reported there. And the biggest backup, though, seems to be the typical merge issue there with 24 and 65 near Trinity Lane. We've got a pretty good backlog there. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.737, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Did you hear, I'm not going to do it now, but did you hear what J.D. Vance called Senator Alex Padilla? I've got some great audio coming up here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I do want to focus on this segment. I do want to focus on non-Iran related content, because I've been doing it for a couple of hours now. There's a lot of other things that are going on, and I want to cover that in this segment. So, for example, we all know what is going on with Whoopi Goldberg and the fact that she said something so incredibly ridiculous. The reason I'm revisiting this again, I think this is going to be my third time, is because I was going to leave this whole thing alone. Just so you know, she has been getting obliterated for saying this. Whoopi Goldberg, she's on The View, and she said,
I think it's very different to live in the United States in 2025 than it is to live in Iran.
Not if you're black.
Not for everybody.
Not if you're black.
Guys, don't go to...
So you've got, of course, again, Whoopi Goldberg breaking the internet, not in a good way, last week when she said that black people in America had it worse than people living in Iran. Now, Wesley Hunt, this dude just rocks. He's the black congressman out of Texas. He represents the Houston suburbs. And he dissected everything that she said, and he blasted Whoopi Goldberg's comments. Listen to this.
My district in the great state of Texas is actually a white majority district that President Trump would have won by 25 points. As I said, I'm a direct descendant of a slave. My great-great-grandfather was born on a Rosedown plantation. I am literally being judged not by the color of my skin, but by the content of my character. That's the progress, because, like, a lot of white people had to vote for me.
Love it.
A lot.
Yep.
So I don't even ever want to hear Whoopi Goldberg's conversation about how it's worse to be black in America right now. That's a bit far. And my father, who's 75 years old, he was a man that was in the French quarters that had to go get a sandwich to the back door of the building. And his son is now a United States congressman in a white majority district in Texas as a Republican. That is America. That's America. So let's celebrate that.
Yes, let's celebrate it. There's so many things. There's so many examples of massive amounts of progress. Obviously, we've had a black president of the United States in Barack Obama. So it is so easy to knock holes through Whoopi Goldberg's really just incendiary comment. And I guarantee you, she's going to come on today and people are going to be like, watching her and praising everything that she says. It'll be interesting to see if she has anything to say about the absolute mountain of criticism that she got for saying that, here in America today in 2025, for black people, it is worse living here in America than if they lived in Iran. And I went through I don't want to revisit the whole thing, but I went through on Friday, I think we may have podcast it, what people in Iran have to go through, particularly gay people, by the way. So you've got Wesley Hunt, and he just had some incredible things to say. By the way, he's right. His Houston suburbs that he represents, he's right. A lot of white people did vote for him. That is huge progress. Then, of course, you have, this was on Bill Maher, by the way. Then, of course, you had the renaming of buildings and bases and ships that have come up. Bill Maher talking about how President Trump is renaming these buildings and bases and ships back to their original names, including those originally named after, oh, Lord help us, Robert E. Lee. Listen to what Wesley Hunt says about that.
Trump is putting the Robert E. Lee name back on buildings. I mean, are you down with that?
So when I was at West Point, I actually lived in Robert E. Lee Barracks when I was there. And as I said,
Robert E. Lee went to West Point.
Yes, he did. That's why the barracks is named after him. And so my brother, sister, and I are matriculated through West Point. We all graduated. And I'll never forget walking under the threshold of Robert E. Lee Barracks and think to myself, damn, this is one hell of a country. Because only in America can someone like me walk into a building named after a Confederate general and then be a successful West Point graduate. If we start changing the names on buildings, then every single building would be named Jesus Christ based on perfection. Let's talk about where we have come from. Well, maybe not to you, but to us. Maybe not to you, but to us.
I mean, and he's obviously right. Congressman Wesley Hunt. I mean, you've got buildings named after Barack Obama. Do you know how many people he killed in the Middle East with his drone strikes, or how he spied on journalists? So are we suddenly, you can't have a building or whatever, a ship or whatever it might be, named after you unless you're perfect? You have buildings named after Joe Biden, who took part in the biggest political cover-up in the history of politics, whether he knew it or not. But the point is, as he's making it here, is that as a black man going to West Point and walking into a building named after a Confederate general. And if Congressman Hunt, if he can accept that, all of these hand-wringing white liberals or the NAACP types, they need to accept it. But they won't, because all they can do, all they want to do is try to cause division. That's what they do here in America, is they like to cause division. And by the way, yes, they did talk about the statues.
I bring that up because I want to talk about the progress, and the idea of us changing names on buildings actually doesn't harken us back to times where they weren't as good.
And statues,
and how
too?
can we not? Oh, my wife is, I've been black my whole life.
Yes.
So far, still. My wife is white, and we have 3 biracial children, and I cannot wait to show them and take them to places that wasn't always the case. There was a time when your mother and daddy could not be married. My children are going to have the opportunity to be second lining down in New Orleans, and then my wife is from Iowa. They'll be on the farm with their grandfather in Iowa.
Yep.
That is America,
Yes.
and I do not want to take down these statues and change the names of these buildings because they're a reminder of what was, and if we don't remember it, we are doomed to repeat it.
I believe that is applause-worthy, and that is Congressman Wesley Hunt, who has out of Texas, who has clearly a really, really good political future. So just a great answer to Whoopi Goldberg. And again, my dismay at the whole Whoopi Goldberg thing isn't that she said it. I mean, let's all be honest. The woman's clearly not a rocket scientist, Whoopi Goldberg, but it's that ABC and The View, they pay her so much money to say such stupid things. And yet, day after day, she continues to do it, and ABC continues to pay her. It is stunning. It is 7:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. At 7:45 on Super Talk 99.7, about the weather, it's going to be really hot. High of 95 today, some scattered thunderstorms maybe. Going to feel like it's going to be 100 degrees. Tuesday and Wednesday, even hotter. It's going to be 96 degrees. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. Real quickly, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, he has been released. Breaking news, a judge orders the release of they say, this is the post-millennial, the alleged human trafficker, Kilmar Maryland dad Abrego Garcia, pending trial. So this is from the Tennessee Star. U.S. Magistrate Judge Barbara D. Holmes has now ruled that Kilmar Abrego Garcia will be released into an ICE facility. So it's not like he's going to be walking around. But what's crazy is that this judge, Judge Holmes, saw the testimony of investigators who said that he smuggled kids and adults. But she said the prosecution failed to make their case. I don't, and maybe I'm not all that smart from a legal perspective, but if you've got a grand jury that looked at all of this evidence and said, yeah, there's enough here for him to stand trial, but then the judge, the magistrate judge says, oh, no, the prosecution didn't make their case. I'm just trying to figure out how in the heck did the grand jury, how are they convinced, but the judge isn't? Maybe because the judge is a leftist judge. I don't know. But we all do know that Kilmar Abrego Garcia stopped in Middle Tennessee, smuggling illegal aliens and all kinds of other nasty accusations. Remember now that he's got a new lawyer. Remember this? We talked about this on, I think it was Friday. Kilmar Abrego Garcia's new attorney is the son, you can't make this stuff up, of former Mayor Carl Dean. Guy's name, is it Rasco? Rasco Dean? His family gives money, by the way, to help aid immigrants, and I'm assuming illegal aliens as well. Abrego Garcia, you ever wonder how one guy can get so much highfalutin legal representation? Listen to this. Abrego Garcia is additionally represented by multiple attorneys at, it's, I guess, Hecker and Fink, the New York-based law firm that in 2020 received $7 million from Democratic mega donor Reid Hoffman to fund the civil lawsuits filed by, wait for it, E. Jean Carroll against President Donald Trump. So clearly the reason why Kilmar Abrego Garcia is getting all of this, again, highfalutin legal representation is because they want to ensure that this guy goes free, because that'll be a huge, huge defeat for one President Donald Trump. So that is the latest on him. Yes, eventually he will be going to eventually he'll be going into an ICE facility. We'll see if they ultimately end up deporting him or what, but that is a story that we continue to follow. Apparently, J.D. Vance, you know the story of Alex Padilla, right? So he's the senator, and he storms into the press briefing where you had the press briefing going on, and he's got all of these questions that he wants to ask Kristi Noem, and he ends up getting hauled out by the Secret Service. And the reason he got hauled out, he purposely took off the lapel thing that showed that he was a member of the Senate. He took it off. The reason why he took it off is because he knew that he was going to go in there acting like a fool so that he could make a scene, so that it would get on camera, so that the Democrats would be able to say that the Trump administration is violently not allowing them to ask questions. The whole thing is performative. Now, I don't know exactly why, when, or where J.D. Vance called Senator Alex Padilla Jose, but apparently J.D. Vance did, and apparently Senator Alex Padilla is a little upset.
Currently the president of the Senate where you serve. He also went to Yale. I assume that he knows your name is Alex Padilla. Your response to him calling you Jose?
Oh, he knows my name. He knows my name. Look, sadly, it's just an indicator of how petty and unserious this administration is. But he's the vice president of the United States. You think he'd...
Is he starting to cry again? Did you hear that? Honestly, this is the first time I've heard this comment because I just saw this story. Is he starting to cry again? Because remember, he was crying last week, too, when he was up on the Senate floor and he was complaining about being thrown to the floor.
Yeah, I don't know, Dan. It's hard to tell.
It sounds like he's starting to cry again.
It's just an indicator of how petty and unserious this administration is.
Oh, my
But
goodness.
he's the vice president of the United States. You think he'd take...
Okay. When they will stop calling Donald Trump Hitler, J.D. Vance can stop calling him Jose.
Hear, hear.
Good Lord, man. I'd be willing to bet Donald Trump never cried over being called Hitler by Alex Padilla's party. It's so funny. Dude cries at everything, and yet he is the one calling the Trump administration unserious. Let's go ahead and listen to the rest.
Take the situation in Los Angeles more seriously. You think maybe he'd take a moment to talk to some of the families who have been impacted, have been terrorized, to feel what's really going on the ground. You saw him shaking hands with Marines, but did he listen to the Marines? Because we have, the report after report of the Marines, so many of the Marines themselves that don't want to be.
Did the Democrats talk to the family of Laken Riley? You don't have to wait. No, they didn't. They did not speak to the parents or the family of Laken Riley. So I don't know what this dude, you know what? This is more tone deafness from the crying left.
Either. That's not why they enlisted. Or if not the migrant families, how about the employers who I know are speaking up because they're concerned about their workforce? We've got a lot of important work to do, but this is how the vice president chooses to act, and that says a lot.
Currently,
I wonder if anybody wants to like slyly hand him a box of tissues when he's on the air. Oh, that is so funny.
Not even a person, just the hand. Just the hand.
just the
coming
hand.
into frame.
That's exactly right. So Scott Jennings torches Padilla and other political stunts because, this is all a political stunt. And I love what Scott Jennings has to say. Listen to this. It's long, but it's worth it.
Do you think it's political theater, or do you think, hey, this is something that they're really serious about and they want the public to see them out leading the charge?
Well, I agree with some of that. They are emotional, and the last part, they do want the public to see, but what they're doing is clearly creating stunts. These are political stunts. I mean, this is designed to, this is sort of like porn for their base. There's a lot of capital right now in the Democratic Party for getting arrested. In the case of Padilla, who, if you handed me $10 million right now, if I could pick him out of a lineup, I don't think I could do it. Charging into a press conference, lunging towards a stage. I mean, I'm sorry, but screaming that I'm the senator, I'm a senator. I don't know who you are. I still don't know who the guy is. And so that's not good enough. He's a U.S. senator. If he wanted a meeting with her, he could have had one. And he did get one as soon as it was over with. I find it curious he had a staffer posted up in there to film the whole thing. These are clearly stunts. The guy who went to lock arms and interfere with the detention of an illegal in New York City. I mean, the energy in the Democratic Party right now is around doing everything they can do to protect the illegal immigrant populations in the United States, which is still baffling to me. But more than anything, the theater kids have taken over, and they are desperate to create theater, and that's all it is. It is not serious to try to lunge at the Homeland Security Secretary in a press conference and expect any, reasonable outcome.
It's kind of funny too. I'm going to go ahead and repost this because if you watch the video, you've got Van Jones, and y'all know by now who Van Jones is. Van Jones is over there, and he's looking down over his glasses, and he's getting really upset at what Scott Jennings has to say, especially when he says, "Oh yeah, the theater kids have taken over," and clearly they have. So the whole thing is just epically funny, and it's true. I mean, remember I told you last week when I said, okay, so one of the things that the Democrats are right now trying to do, the Democrats, I kid you not, it was part of their goal to try to get arrested. And Alex Padilla is out there crying. It's unbelievable. All right. Anyway, it is 7:54.
Wow, you played that well. I thought you were crying.
My name isn't Jose. My name is Alex. Anyway, moving right along, Jay Harper has the news coming up at 8 o'clock. Jay.
I don't know if I can, Dan. But
Come on, Jay, you can get through it, man.
I'll try.
KGB,
All
bring
right.
Jay some
Yes.
some Kleenex.
Hey, I've already got some. Hey, how does Turkey play into the U.S. negotiations with Iran? Well, we'll let you know about that. And several Tennessee political leaders, they're weighing in on those airstrikes. We'll have all of that at the top of the hour. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$7.55 on Super Talk 99.7. And let me tell you about my friends at Loan Pronto. Listen, if you're maxed out on credit cards, if you're struggling with high interest debt, you could pay it all off in just days with my friends at Loan Pronto and their Rapid Equity Loan Program. You can get cash out right now without touching your low-rate first mortgage. No appraisals, no waiting, and as they like to say, no BS. The Rapid Equity Loan Program. At Loan Pronto, it is amazing. Now, one Loan Pronto client just got $300,000. That was approved in under 24 hours, and they ended up paying off their debt, renovated their kitchen, and cut their monthly expenses by $1,800. That is a huge turnaround. So with Loan Pronto, listen, you get instant approvals, low rates, and no hard credit pull up front. Now, your home equity, it is yours, and you have the right to use it. Get cash to consolidate your debt down to one easy, low monthly payment. Call them. Tell them Dan told you to reach out at 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780. Get debt relief right now at loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781. Unapproved credit, NMLS, consumeraccess.org.
How would you like to have Jesus Christ pray for you? Did you know that Jesus Christ does pray for you if you're a Christian? Hebrews 7:25 says, "Therefore he is able also to save forever those who draw near to God through him, since he always lives to make intercession for them." In Scripture, intercession means to pray on behalf of. Jesus Christ is your advocate. An advocate comes to our aid or pleads our case to a judge, offering support and counsel and interceding for us when necessary. In other verses, Jesus calls the Holy Spirit our advocate. Just like you talk to yourself, when Jesus talks to himself, it's prayer. The Bible says no matter what you go through today, next week, or next year, Jesus is praying for you if you have trusted him as your Savior. He's on your side.
Good morning. It's 8 a.m. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories, a weather forecast and a traffic report. They're coming up. The Trump administration going to great lengths to conceal the Iran strike operation. The president reportedly making the final decision on Saturday for that strike to move forward. We've got ABC's Rachel Scott now, and she's at the White House.
In the final days, the president speaking with Turkish President Erdogan, hoping to arrange a meeting with Iranian officials. But sources say the supreme leader, fearing assassination, went into hiding and was unable to sign off on the meeting. All the while, the Pentagon was working on a different track, a highly classified operation to strike.
Several Tennessee politicians releasing statements following the attacks in Iran. Representative Andy Ogle, Senator Marsha Blackburn, Representative Mark Green, and Governor Bill Lee all weighing in. Representative Ogle said, quote, "We must end Iran's nuclear ambitions and protect American lives. Praise God for a successful mission. Keep praying for our country." Senator Blackburn also commented saying, "Donald Trump knows peace can only be achieved through strength. This is a victory for the United States." Representative Mark Green saying, "The United States has given Tehran every opportunity to forego its nuclear ambitions, but it has repeatedly refused. The president made the right decision. A nuclear-armed Iran would be detrimental to the existence of our ally Israel, the stability of the Middle East, and our own national security." And Governor Bill Lee weighing in, saying President Trump has made a courageous decision to seek peace through strength. Maria Lee and I pray earnestly for the safety of our troops across the Middle East and for the sovereignty of Israel. And Representative Justin Jones here in Tennessee responding to Governor Lee's statement saying, "Governor, we can't bomb our way to peace. This reckless military aggression will put many more lives in danger. Disappointed to see you cheering on this march toward death and desolation. Dangerous times indeed." Let's go ahead and look at the stock futures now before the opening bell. They are up. The Dow futures up 5, the S&P up 5.5, the NASDAQ up 28. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. Still trying to clear this crash up in the Clarksville area. 24 westbound past exit 11, the left lane remaining blocked there. Also here in Nashville, Murfreesboro Pike at I-24. We've got a crash reported there. And yes, the volume delay is continuing to build at the 65-24 merge up near Trinity Lane. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.807, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you. Hope you're doing well, and welcome on in to your Monday. It is June 23rd of 2025, and yeah, man, it's going to be hot the next 3 days. Holy mackerel. Tomorrow, especially Tuesday and Wednesday, 96 degrees. Going to be way up into the feels like as far as triple digits go. So we'll keep you updated on all the weather and the traffic and everything else that's going on right here on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You know, and there's so much going on with Iran. Headline from Fox News, Pentagon bracing for Iran response after strikes. The poll, if you watch us on YouTube, like and subscribe, give the host a thumbs up if you would. But the poll is, do you believe we are safer now than before President Trump's strike on Iran? 84% of you agree that we are safer now than we were before the strikes. 16% say no. But I think the reason why people believe that we feel safer is because President Trump is confident that we have obliterated their nuclear capability. Joint Chiefs Chairman Dan Kane. I mean, this attack was one for the ages. Now, I'm not a military guy, but I've been reading and watching and listening to enough military guys to and people to say that this was an incredible attack. Listen to how the Joint Chiefs of Staff, again, a guy named Dan Kane, listen to how he describes all this.
Its orders, U.S. Central Command, under the command of General Eric Kurilla, executed Operation Midnight Hammer, a deliberate and precise strike against 3 Iranian nuclear facilities. This was a complex and high-risk mission carried out with exceptional skill and discipline by our joint force.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I'm seeing different numbers, because I read earlier today there were a total of 14 bunker buster bombs. Now Fox News is saying there was only 12. Maybe it depends on, which particular site we're talking about. But up to 14 bunker buster bombs, a couple dozen Tomahawk missiles, over 125 military aircraft. And this whole thing, it just is amazing because they took off out of an Air Force base in Missouri and they flew 2,500 miles over the Atlantic and into the Mediterranean, and there's a lot of head fakes. because nobody knew they were coming. Nobody knew that all of these aircrafts were flying east. And so by the time they got to Iran, it was just, I'm not going to say it was easy, but let's just say that they didn't have a lot of resistance. And by the way, one of the big things out there today, and something that everybody's been talking about, is the head fakes. Number one, and this was on, I think, Thursday or Friday, whenever it was, when Trump said that he's going to make his decision within 2 weeks as to whether or not he was going to attack Iran's nuclear capabilities. That was a head fake. Totally head fake. I even asked Stephen Bucci. I said, is this a head fake? And Bucci said, yeah, you know what? It wouldn't surprise me. When I got the notification, that this was happening or had happened, I said, I knew it was a head fake. I knew that Donald Trump was actually plotting to take out Iran's nuclear capabilities. They were totally caught off guard. They were lulled into, sort of this attitude of complacency, and that's when Trump got him. I mean, there are a lot of head fakes.
As part of the plan to maintain tactical surprise, part of the package proceeded to the west and into the Pacific as a decoy. Throughout the 18-hour flight into the target area, the aircraft completed multiple in-flight refuelings. Once over land, the B-2s linked up with escort and support aircraft in a complex, tightly timed maneuver requiring exact synchronization across multiple platforms in a narrow piece of airspace, all done with minimal communications.
I mean, think about that. All these planes are refueling in flight, minimal communication as well, so they wouldn't be, picked up on whatever it is that the enemy can pick you up on. And so some of these planes went west towards Guam, and then these other planes went east over the Atlantic. 18-hour flight. And then they turned right around. They bombed the nuclear sites, and then they turned right around and they went home. So you've got all of these planes flying over America, over the Atlantic Ocean, over the Mediterranean, and then they take out these nuclear sites. And then right when our planes apparently entered Iranian airspace, one of our submarines launched more than 24 rockets. The AP puts it this way. At about 5 p.m. Eastern time Saturday, about 4 o'clock our time, just before the aircraft entered Iranian airspace, a U.S. submarine launched more than 24 Tomahawk cruise missiles against targets at the site of one of these nuclear facilities. As the bombers approached their targets, the U.S. deployed several deception tactics, including decoys, and fighter jets cleared the airspace ahead of them, checking for enemy aircraft and surface-to-air missiles. I mean, people are calling this stunningly good.
As the Operation Midnight Hammer strike package entered Iranian airspace, the U.S. employed several deception tactics, including decoys, as the fourth and fifth generation aircraft pushed out in front of the strike package at high altitude and high speed, sweeping in front of the package for enemy fighters and surface-to-air missile threats.
So you've got the bombers, you've got the support planes, you've got the fueling in midair, limited communications, submarines clearing out the surface-to-air missiles. You've got all of those decoys, and then the bombs started dropping.
At approximately 6:40 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 2:10 a.m. Iran time, the lead B-2 dropped 2 GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrator weapons on the first of several aim points at Fordo. As the president stated last night, the remaining bombers then hit their targets as well, with a total of 14 MOPs dropped against 2 nuclear target areas. All 3 Iranian nuclear infrastructure targets were struck between 6:40 p.m. and 7:05 p.m. Eastern Time. Again, that's about 2:10 in the morning local time in Iran, with the Tomahawk missiles being the last to strike at Esfahan to ensure we retain the element of surprise throughout the operation.
Yeah, military people are describing this mission as one that will be studied for years to come as to how good that it was executed.
This was the largest B-2 operational strike in U.S. history and the second longest B-2 mission ever flown, exceeded only by those in the days following 9/11.
So, well done by the Trump administration. There's a lot of things going on this morning, and I've sort of been weaving in and out of all of the different storylines, but we do have the reaction from the left coming up. Also, have you heard the audio of Balloon Hair Bernie? He was actually on stage when he found out about all of this. And Bernie's reaction, it broke the internet. Details straight ahead. 8:15, time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather goes, really hot today, a high of 95. Scattered thunderstorms. Going to feel like 100 degrees Tuesday and Wednesday, highs of 96. Same deal. Going to be into the triple digits. Have you seen that these people are running around and they're protesting what President Trump did, which is fine if they want to do that. But do you know that they're flying Iranian flags? Oh my gosh. Do you know what happens in Iran? They throw gay people off of buildings. They execute people. They don't have free and fair elections. And these nitwits, these twits on the left are running around with Iranian flags. Are you kidding me? You see, this is how you know. This is how you know that they really don't know what it is that they're doing. They really don't know the context with which they are protesting. They just don't. I mean, look, if you don't like President Trump doing what he did, okay, fine. You are incredibly a pacifist. And if that's what you want to be, then you go right on ahead. You be a pacifist. But are you really going to carry the flag of a country that kills gay people and has all of this state-sponsored terrorism where they, took part in that 1,200 plus people being brutally murdered in Israel back on October 7th, attacking American military sites, doing horrendous things to people? Again, no free and fair elections. Really? Is this really the flag that you protesters want to carry? Part of me wants to say thank you. Thank you for proving how dumb you really are. These are the same people that were, carrying, flags for Hamas and, Mexican flags in Los Angeles. I could go on and on. But whatever. If that's what they want to do, that's what they want to do. Now, a few things going on this morning. You ready? I'm just going to do some headlines. And then I'll get to Balloon Hair Bernie at 8:35. Chris Hand is doing the afternoon, so we will not have a crisscross handoff today. And nor will the former band Crisscross be joining us at 8:35. But I will be playing that audio of Bernie Sanders where he found out on stage that we had gone after Iran's nuclear facilities. Very funny indeed. His face gets all red and he gets all flustered and everything. But here's a number of things that are going on this morning. By the way, Brian Wilson is filling in for Chris after the news at 9. But a few things that are going on. Number one, we do have Iran. They are warning Trump and America. You started this, and we'll finish it. World leaders, and I know that you'll be shocked by this, world leaders are condemning the attack. Chinese President Xi Jinping said Donald Trump violated international peace. Okay. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer urging for de-escalation of tension. Well, that goes right into what we've been talking about. De-escalation of tension. Well, it looks like anyway, the tension has been, lessened because Iran no longer has nuclear weapons, we hope. And Iran is now complaining that the whole thing was unlawful. Oh, by the way, yes, of course, we also have the Democrats screaming that Donald Trump needs to be impeached. You also have Iran threatening to close the Strait of Hormuz. And we now have law enforcement in Washington, D.C. and New York on high alert. Here's what they're worried about. They're worried about cyber attacks. When I say they, I mean just the Pentagon, the Trump administration. They're worried about cyber attacks. They're worried about, terror attacks by Iran's proxies, drone swarms, possible missile strikes against either Israeli cities or our military bases. And one of the other things that a Russian official said, I think he may have been a former official, I'm not sure, but part of what he said is that, we got all these countries that are now lining up to give Iran nuclear weapons. So if they didn't have them before, they sure got them now. We'll see. We will see. Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, I think he has been spot on all of this. I've got some great audio from him. Going to play that right before the news with Jay Harper. It is 8:21. By the way, the super text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. I've been alerted, by the way, Jay.
Yes, sir.
That someone over on the super text line is demanding that I cover the auto pen controversy. And he, for whatever reason, randomly this morning is demanding to know what I think about the auto pen.
Okay, that's rather random.
It is. April called, and it wants its topic back. Obviously, related to the auto pen, if you must know, I have no problem with presidents using the auto pen. I do have an issue with the way that it was used for Joe Biden. There is an investigation that is going to take place or is already being done. And I think that all those pardons and a lot of the things that Joe Biden did have to be investigated. Absolutely, especially the pardons. There you go. So I did it in like 15 seconds. Generally speaking, Jay, I do like to take requests when it comes to topics, but not ones that I covered so extensively back when, they were more in the news. Anyway, 8:22. And Jay Harper is in the WTN newsroom. And Jay, what's coming up at 8:30?
Well, it's no surprise that the Trump administration claiming success with those weakened Iranian airstrikes. We'll have some more on that. We'll also get a look at the damage from those airstrikes. We're checking that out as well. That's at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$8:23 on Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here for Low T Center. Listen, guys, if you're over 40 and you're running low on energy, maybe you're just feeling off, lowtcenter.com is where you need to go. Get started with testosterone replacement therapy, or TRT, and join lots of guys who are going through the same thing as you. They've got clinics all over Nashville, and they're really easy to get to. You walk in, you see a real medical provider, and you get that energy back. No complicated process, just results. And remember, these treatment plans, they are tailor-made just for you. Now, you can get treatments at the clinic or you can be treated at home. But either way, you're always going to get the highest quality of care at Low T Center. By the way, right now, this month, you can also get a free consultation. And if you qualify, treatment is covered by most major medical insurance. So reclaim that energy and become you again. And by the way, they can also help with prescription weight loss options as well. So head on over to lowtcenter.com and book your appointment today. That's lowtcenter.com. Simple, quick, and totally worth it. 8:29, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, 1 minute away from Jay Harper and the news. But real quickly, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, are we at war with Iran? And here is what he had to say. And again, this is Marco Rubio. Are we at war with Iran?
No, we're not. This is not a war against Iran. This is very simple. 67 days ago, the President of the United States sent the Iranians a letter, and it said, you're not going to have nuclear weapons. You're not going to have a militarized nuclear program. Let's negotiate. I want to do this diplomatically. I want to do this peacefully. They tried to play him along the way they've played every American president for the last 35 years. And, the president told them, if we don't get a deal, which is what he wanted, then I'll have to handle it differently. And that's what he did. He handled it differently. But that was an Iranian choice. We didn't make that choice. They did. By playing games with Donald Trump, they made a huge mistake. And President Trump acted last night. And I think the world today is safer.
Yeah, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. And we've got a lot more from Marco Rubio. And balloon hair Bernie finds out live on stage that we went after Iran's nuclear facilities. Oh, his reaction is priceless. Details straight ahead on WTN.
Good morning. It is 8:30. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. A forecast and a traffic report are on the way. The Trump administration calling the weekend strikes on 3 nuclear sites in Iran a success. The Saturday strikes targeted sites that the administration claims were housing nuclear materials like uranium. But Iran says they moved much of those materials out of those sites before the strikes. Today on Good Morning America, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says they're making sure that the 40,000 U.S. troops who are stationed in the region will be safe from any possible Iranian retaliation.
We will take all measures to protect our military assets and our men and women in the region. We have already taken those steps pre-strike, and of course, we continue to monitor the situation post-strike as well.
And we're now giving a look at some of the damage done over the weekend with aerial images showing the impact on the surface. U.S. forces around the region and authorities at home, they're on alert for potential retaliation from Iran, with Iran warning its military will decide the timing, nature, and scale of its response. ABC's Martha Raddatz has more.
By 6:40 p.m. Eastern Time, the 25-minute mission inside Iran's airspace activating. U.S. fighter jets sweeping in to protect the B-2s from possible enemy missiles and warplanes. The B-2s dropping 30,000-pound massive ordnance penetrator weapons, also known as MOPs, or bunker busters, onto Iran's most complex nuclear enrichment facility, Fordo.
That is the latest news. Weather's up next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Thank you, Jay. At 8:32, Dan Mandis here. If you own a business and you've got a floor that just, let's be honest, doesn't look very good, you need the help of Specialty Coatings, because your trashy floor is actually sort of a reflection of your business. And so Specialty Coatings can make it look fantastic. They specialize in concrete floor coatings and polished concrete. They've been doing it for 30 years here in Middle Tennessee. Now, you've probably walked on some of their concrete floor coating. They've done work in all the major sports stadiums and the arenas and the convention centers as well. Just last year, Specialty Coatings in Nashville installed over 1 million square feet of coating for businesses across Tennessee. Now, those buildings include manufacturing, warehouses, airplane hangars, retail, and so much more. Specialty Coatings. They're not some fly-by-night company. A couple of guys show up with a bucket and a roller. No. With Specialty Coatings, they've got the equipment and the skilled installers, so your job is going to be done on time and on budget. So listen, friends, no matter how bad your floor might look, Specialty Coatings can fix it. And by the way, each project is customized to your building and your needs. 615-591-9491. Tell them Dan told you to reach out and ask for the help of Specialty Coatings to fix your floor. 615-591-9491. You can also email them, sales@specialtycoat.com. That's sales@specialtycoat.com. The website, specialtycoat.com. 8:34, Nashville's Morning News. Listen, today it's going to be really hot. Tomorrow, Wednesday, into Thursday, it's going to be over 90 degrees, I think, every single day this week. It's going to be really hot. And if you are thinking about going swimming, but you're a little concerned about that bathing suit and squeezing into that bathing suit, my friends at Contours can help you, just like they've helped me and so many other Middle Tennesseans. Now, right now, they've got a Belly Buster special going on where you can get a Belly Buster special from Contours for only $99. Now, what is a Belly Buster special? What is a Belly Buster? Well, what they do at Contours, and they're in Cool Springs, is that they use red light technology to basically melt that fat away. Now, most folks lose at least 2 inches across the middle. Again, I did, others have as well. Taking advantage of Contour's red light technology, it is not only incredibly unique, but also effective. It really is groundbreaking technology. Now, people have been coming from all across Middle Tennessee to check them out. Go to their website to see how all of this works. Their Belly Buster therapy featuring red light technology. Details at contoursllc.com. But listen, you call right now, and they're going to help you out. First 10 callers, $99. That is a huge discount at 615-236-9960. 615-236-9960. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Find them online. It's contoursllc.com.
Currently, the only crash being reported is near the airport. This is headed toward town, 40 westbound, just before exit 215. The crash has been moved out of the roadway. It is over on the shoulder. The biggest logjam we're seeing at the 2465 merge there at Trinity Lane heading into the city. Quite the backlog there. We have your traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$8:37, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So, a lot of talk this morning about sleeper cells. I'm going to get into that. Headline, though, from the Daily Mail, Iranian officials plan to remove the Ayatollah as supreme leaders. He is said to be cowering, and he's begging Vladimir Putin for help and cuts off contact from within his secret bunker due to fears he is going to be assassinated. So the president of the United States, Donald Trump, of course, he has been giving indications that he would be open to regime change. Now, this is a big point of contention amongst Republicans. We'll get into that, but it's not real surprising that you do have the Ayatollah Khamenei begging Vladimir Putin for help. He is apparently in his secret bunker. He believes he's going to be assassinated. Donald Trump has said he knows exactly where he is. And so now apparently they're looking to replace the Ayatollah. You know, we'll have to see what happens. I think that the administration, the Trump administration, has been very clear, actually, that they're not necessarily wanting to go for regime change. However, I don't think that anybody would be crying if Khamenei was evaporated. Let's see here. Let me get through some of this. I want to make sure that I get through all of my audio because number one, I spent a lot of time editing it together. But number two, there's a lot of important things that are going on. Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, it's clear that Trump has war-gamed all of this out. Everybody's worried about, yes, the sleeper cells here in America, also cyber attacks, drone swarms. terror attacks by their proxies, missile strikes against either Israeli cities or our military bases. Remember the Strait of Hormuz? I've talked about this quite a few times. I'm not going to dwell on it, but that would impact trade and oil prices, especially for China. That's the choke point located between the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman. It leads to the Indian Ocean. A ton of trade and especially oil goes through there. And they talk about how this is a vital to the global energy security. So that is something that Iran has in the past. They have warned America and the world that if, stuff starts getting real over there in Iran and they start getting attacked, that they would be willing to close that. And then my question would be, okay, well, if you're going to close it, then how can America, and frankly, China too, because China gets a lot, as you know, China gets a lot of oil from Iran. And so if they do that, then that would very much impact China. And Iran doesn't have a lot of allies. I mean, yes, they have China, they have Russia, two big ones. But if they start messing with, China's oil, if Iran starts messing with China's oil, well, then they do run the risk of losing China as a very important ally, if you will. I don't know how much China, to be perfectly honest, wants to get involved in all of this. But as far as all of those threats, I mean, the president has clearly war-gamed all of those out. And so now we're sitting and we're waiting. Iran may end up simply putting some missiles in the air that we can easily knock down, or they can really, as I said earlier, they can really go for it. They can really try and hit America and Israel hard. Marco Rubio and Donald Trump, everyone is saying, you know what, Iran, that would be a big mistake.
Well, if they retaliate, it'll be the worst mistake they've ever made. Look, we can fly in and out of Iran at will. We went in last night. The president sent our military forces from halfway across the world, went in, conducted this operation, left. Not a shot was fired against us. They didn't even know what had happened. By the time we left, the planes were out of their airspace before they finally started realizing they'd been hit. So it would be a terrible mistake if Iran retaliates. But that's not our goal. We are not declaring war on Iran. We're not looking for war on Iran. But if they attack us, then I think we have capabilities they haven't even seen yet. It would be a terrible mistake on their part. And frankly, it's not what we hope for or wish.
No, and that's true. Donald Trump, in fact, I've been reminding you all morning long that it came out, I think it was overnight, that Donald Trump actually offered to fly to Turkey for one-on-one meetings with the supreme leader of Iran, the same one that's right now cowering in his bunker and crying for Vladimir Putin to help him. Yeah, that guy. Trump has been trying to get him back to the negotiating table, and the Daily Mail is now reporting that Iranian officials may actually remove him because he's terrified that he's going to get assassinated. But Donald Trump wants them to negotiate, and they simply will not. Donald Trump knows that his supporters and America has zero interest in a long-term war. Lindsey Graham, on the other hand, of course, wants it. But this is what the president posted on social media last night. It is not politically correct to use the term regime change, but if the current Iranian regime is unable to make Iran great again, then why wouldn't there be a regime change? Make Iran great again is what the president said. Well, Rubio says, no, we don't necessarily want regime change.
Well, that's certainly not the goal of what we're working on here. The goal is stated very clearly in a letter the president sent the supreme leader about 65, 67 days ago. And in a letter he said, you're not going to have a nuclear weapon. Let's negotiate peacefully a solution. We can make a really good deal that's good for Iran, good for America, good for the world. If you don't, however, then I'm going to have to deal with this differently. The Iranians didn't like the letter. They didn't respond to it. They ultimately entered into fake negotiations and tried to play him along. In essence, they thought they could do with President Trump what they've done with presidents in the past and get away with it. And they found out last night that they can't.
That's exactly right. All over the media this morning, I've got Fox News. I was checking out CNN earlier. They're talking about how Trump is floating the idea of regime change, but he's not saying specifically that he would overthrow their government or assassinate their leadership. I believe that Donald Trump is purposely vague.
Well, first of all, we don't want to achieve regime change. We want to achieve the end of the Iranian nuclear program, John. That's America's objective, and that's what the president has set us out to do.
This is J.D. Vance, of course, Vice President J.D. Vance.
The president, in the very tweet you mentioned, or the truth that you mentioned, John, said explicitly that he's not trying to take out the Iranian supreme leader. He's trying to take out their nuclear program. And, of course, we took a major step forward with that last night. And again, John, I think we have to back up and test some premises here. How do you achieve long-term peace? How do you prevent spiraling Middle Eastern conflict? Is it through overwhelming military power targeted to an American objective? Or is it by sort of walking yourself into these long-term protracted military conflicts? I think by choosing overwhelming force and overwhelming force tied to something that is important to the American people, that is the end of the Iranian nuclear program, we can achieve peace much more fully than if we sort of sit on our hands and hope that somehow if the Iranians get a nuclear weapon, they're going to be more peaceful. That is a stupid approach, and the president rejected it.
We're talking earlier about the Daily Dan poll. Watch us on YouTube. Take the poll. Do you, WTN Nation, believe that we are safer now than before President Trump's strike on Iran? 84% of you say absolutely we are safer now. Something tells me balloon hair Bernie, though, might disagree.
This is a statement from Donald Trump, quote, "We have completed our very successful attack on the 3 nuclear sites in Iran," etc.
Instead of this. Do you know, I'm waiting for somebody to bring Bernie Sanders like an Iranian flag to drape around him. You know what I mean? Because he's really angry. Balloon hair Bernie, his face is getting all red, and you know how Bernie Sanders is. And then, of course, the chants begin.
I agree. And I want to tell you something. Not only is this news that I've just heard this second alarming, that all of you have just heard, but it is so grossly unconstitutional. All of you know that the only entity that can take this country to war is the U.S. Congress. The president does not have the right.
Go get him, Bernie. Go get him. By the way, a great meme out there today. The Times Barack Obama dropped bombs but did not declare war. Libya, 2011. Pakistan, 2009, 2016. Yemen, 2009 to 2016. Somalia, 2009 to 2016. And Iraq and Syria, 2014 to 2016. So, of course, you now have all the brain trust, right? The brain trust of AOC and Jasmine Crap, otherwise known as Jasmine Crockett, are screaming, "Oh, President Trump has to be impeached." No, y'all weren't. I was talking to Scott Desjardins earlier, and he is saying, we see this all the time, obviously. The president did not declare war, and we've been through this time and again. Yes, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 11 states that the sole authority to declare war rests with Congress. But military actions, as I just described to you, time and again have happened, and nobody bats an eye. I mean, you've got the usual hyperventilating from some folks, but, you know, Jonathan Turley writes this for the Wall Street Journal. Despite the clear text of the Constitution, courts have repeatedly allowed this circumvention of Article 1. Congress has only declared 11 wars while allowing more than 125 military operations, including, he says, Vietnam, Korea, and Afghanistan. Congress has not declared war in the 80 years since World War II. But that's not going to stop these Democrats, and by the way, some Republicans, of course, of calling for Donald Trump to be impeached.
Democrats were wasting no time condemning President Trump's strikes on Iran.
AOC going so far as to call for impeachment, posting, quote, "The president's disastrous decision to bomb Iran without authorization from Congress is a grave violation of the Constitutional and Congressional War Powers Act. It is absolutely and clearly grounds for impeachment.
So that was, of course, on Fox News. But the bottom line is that when you have a president carrying out a military action, they usually use Article 2 powers, Article 2 powers or existing authorizations for use of force. So that would be Article 2, Section 2, which designates the president as commander-in-chief, implying authority to direct military operations, especially in response to immediate threats. And I just told you all the times that Obama utilized Article 2, Section 2. And by the way, we are clearly not declaring war on Iran. And as I said, Marco Rubio and many others are now saying we are now safer. But I was telling you about the worries that everyone has regarding sleeper cells. Now, everyone knows what happened on the southern border during the 4 years of Joe Biden, where it was wide open, and Fox News and other folks are reporting the concerns of those sleeper cells. Tom Homan was on Fox talking about it.
So I pulled numbers this morning just from a CBP under Joe Biden. There was 1,272 nationals of Iran released in the country between OFO and the Border Patrol. And you compare that to the Trump administration, zero. Right, zero releases. And right now, because of President Trump's leadership, we have the most secure border in my lifetime, most secure border in the history of this nation.
I mean, that's very true. But here's the problem. The problem is we had those 4 years where we had millions of people coming through.
But under Joe Biden, we had over 10 million people cross that border. But my biggest concern from day one, beyond the fentanyl, beyond the sex trafficking of women and children, were the 2 million known gotaways. Over 2 million people crossed that border. We don't know who they are, where they came from, because they got away, because Border Patrol is so overwhelmed with the humanitarian crisis that Biden created that over 2 million people crossed the border and got away. That is my biggest concern, and that's what created the biggest national security vulnerability this country's ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, you've got millions of people coming across, and a lot of these folks are from, America-hating countries. Countries like Yemen and China and Iran and Pakistan and so forth. That is a problem. And when you look at all of these Chinese folks that have been released into this country as well, or that snuck in, it's no surprise that we, here in America, we're on high alert.
Do we know where every one of the 2 million are? No. We don't know who they all are. We don't know why they're here, where they came from. But we do know Border Patrol intelligence for the last 4 years, they found prayer mats south of the border. They found identification from people from Iran, Turkey, Uzbekistan, Syria, south of the border. So we know that some terrorists have crossed that border. We'd be a fool to think zero crossed. The thing is, though, we got President Trump as a commander-in-chief who's put all resources on that.
He sure has. Now, we'll have to see, and obviously we're going to be covering this all day today, and this is going to continue to be a major story that continues to develop. We are live and local all day long, right here on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Brian Wilson is in for Chris Hand because Chris is filling in for Matt Murphy this week. Matt's having some
surgery today.
Shoulder surgery.
Becoming a super soldier.
Is he having like the Tommy John surgery?
No, he's having a complete reconstructive surgery on his shoulder.
That's right. He's going bionic.
Is he going bionic?
He's Iron Man now.
So he's not going to be able to like walk through airport security without, all the alarms going off?
That's
only one way to find out.
Well, I tell you what, I've got all that in my lower back, and I've never set all that stuff off.
Okay, well, Jay, what's coming up in the news at 9?
Okay, sure.
I got nothing to say to that.
Israel's stepping up its attacks now on Iranian targets. And so what's up with Krispy Kreme? Yeah, I know. I've got your story on that.
Oh, I know what's up with Krispy Kreme. The amount of sugar in their donuts. Oh, never mind.
Delicious sugar.
And our blood sugar after eating
exactly.
those donuts. Anyway, we'll have those stories for you here in a few minutes on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mendes here. Busy Bee wants to send you to the beach. That's right. If you buy an HVAC system from Busy Bee, You are in the running for a weekend beach trip. They'll announce the winner on Facebook Live once the month is over, but they'll pick up the gas, lodging, and some meals as well. Details at their website. It's busybeehvac.com. It's just another way for Busy Bee to say thank you to you. And this month, another big thank you. Like every single month, Busy Bee is offering some great specials to save you money. For example, if you need those air ducts cleaned, go ahead and buy that middle tier package. They are going to upgrade you to the deluxe package for free. If you need an upright or tankless water heater, they're going to give you $500 off of that right now. And they've got a ton of other specials going on right now online at their website. It's busybeehvac.com. Call them 615-775-7833. Become a Beehive member. 615-775-7833. busybeehvac.com. All right, real quick, 8:59 on Super Talk 99.7. Brian Wilson is coming up next in for Chris Hand. Hey, Brian.
Hey, Dan. Good to be with you this morning. Good to hear your voice again.
Thank you, sir. What's coming up after 9?
Well, I think you all know that there was big events over the weekend, and there's a lot of stuff to unpack here. They're going to hear a lot of talk about, the War Powers Act and sleeper cells, and I'm going to unpack all that and tell you what I think about what happened and tell you what I think we need to be on guard for as we go forward. It's all coming up between now and noon right here on Super Talk 99.7.